check. You're in tune to the new cyber sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah. Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody. It is once again a glorious Frederica Friday. Today we are finishing Arc 7 of Higurashi, Minagoroshi. I am very excited. Oh, it's been a long time coming to get to this point. But, boy oh boy oh boy oh boy. Quick disclaimer, by the way, it shouldn't affect stream at all, really. But I do have a friend who is visiting from out of town at the moment, who is not here in the house at the moment, but will be. You know, she's already abreast of my job, so she has no problem with that. But if she does need anything, I told her to text me and let me know. So if at any point I get a text and she needs something, I might have to step out and handle that. But other than that, we're on track to continue everything as normal. So, without further ado, let's just get right into it, shall we?
Yeah. I remember you telling us about that. But why? Why do you think that Takano-san and I will be murdered?
My. Frankly, it would be an honor for us to be the victims of the fifth curse of Oyashiro-sama. As I'd expected. They didn't really take me telling them that they'd be killed on the night of the festival seriously. They did keep their promise to tighten up my security after I showed them the ritual storehouse. However, they hadn't given one thought to their own safety. Oh well. Like I said, I didn't expect them to believe me. If they were willing to take me seriously, I could have easily changed their fate a long time ago. I'm only going to tell you this one more time. Tomitake, you're going to claw out your throat and die. Takano, you're going to burn to death on top of some mountain.
I'm going to claw out my throat? Like the terminal symptoms of L5? Don't worry, I took the shots. I don't have the disease.
And what happens to me is horrible too. I'm going to burn to death on some mountain? Did you have a dream about that? I just want both of you to be careful. At least for tonight. Please listen to me, even if you don't really believe it. Did you have an ominous vision about some danger befalling us, perhaps? Don't worry. You're under the protection of the mountain dogs. You've had 8 security guards watching you today. Thank you very much. I know I'm being protected, but I want you guys to be careful too.
Thank you for your concern. We'll be fine. I've even been working out. I think I can protect myself.
Tomitake flexed his biceps and smiled. He was probably trying to make me feel better. But all he really did was make me feel sadder. This is the sad part about being me. I know the future, but I can't tell them. It's as if that was a rule of the world. People tend not to believe what I tell them. But you are going to die. If Tomitake and Takano die, I'll be killed next. If the two of you are dead, who will protect me? It sounds like you had a horrible dream. Don't worry. Even if we die, the mountain dogs will still protect you. Are you really sure they would? They've never protected me before. That's not true. They saved you when you got into a fight, remember? They're watching you at all times. Of course, they aren't on alert at all times, but just as you requested the other day, the security around you is still extremely strong. You even have a better security team than Dr. Irie. They'll keep on protecting me even after you die? Of course. You're the most important person to us.
So you're sure that we're getting killed tonight? That's too bad.
If you have no intention to survive, then I only have to worry about myself. My words must have left a mark on his heart. He looked much more serious after I said that to him.
Good grief. Okay then. I'll be extra careful tonight. I'll take a security guard with me when I'm going back to Okinomiya.
I think someone might attack the two of you if you're alone together. Make sure not to be alone with each other tonight. My, are you jealous? You're such a precocious girl. Like I thought, I can't change their fate. When we saved Satoko, everyone shared the same sense of urgency. That's why we all got together and saved her before it was too late. However, these two have no sense of urgency at all. How can I make them understand? I sighed and gave up. Tomitake, Takano. Goodbye. Thank you for everything.
Hey, wait. Rika-chan.
I had nothing else to say to them now. Instead, it might be worth talking to someone else. If I could get someone else to protect them, I might be able to change something. I can't give up yet. Fate is as thin as a piece of paper. It's just like the lid on a jar of jam. It's not going to open unless you believe it will. I have to believe that I can change my fate. If I don't, it's not going to change.
Tomitake-san and Takano-san? Are you sure about this?
I've told Irie about this so many times in the past. Irie tends to listen to me more seriously than Tomitake and Takano do. However, that doesn't mean he can actually do something about it. I'm the Shrine Maiden of Oyashiro-sama, and I have a bad feeling about this. Is that not a good enough reason?
I understand. It might be a message from Oyashiro-sama. If that really happens tonight, it would be the 5th time in a row. I'll tell the two of them to be cautious, too.
All Irie would end up doing was warning the two of them. which was exactly the same as what I did. In other words, it wouldn't matter in the least. Irie is just a researcher, and he has no ability to deal with unexpected trouble. That's why Takano works for him, after all. Please talk to them. Please. Who else would treat me seriously? Who would be able to prevent Tomitake and Takano's death? That's right. There's one man who's been fighting the curse of Oyashiro-sama with all of his might.
Oh, it's Furude-san. I've been looking for you. Akasaka-san wants to say goodbye.
I guess he and I are not meant to be.
You're still upset about last week. Akasaka-san really regrets that he wasn't able to help you. He says he'd love to come back to Hinamizawa again when he has his next vacation. But his wife took it personally. She's pretty, his wife, but she can be scary, too.
Oishi, I have something important to tell you, but no one else believes me.
What's the matter?
I've spoken to him several times in the past, too. He usually takes me pretty seriously. However, after they die, he starts suspecting me. That's why I stopped talking to him.
Where'd you hear that? Where, at the festival?
I told him that I heard someone talking about murdering them in the crowd. That way, he might not be suspicious of me after the murder really happens.
Tomitake-san's not from around here. And with Takano-san, that makes two people. One's gonna die and the other's gonna disappear. This could be the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. I can't take this as anything more than a rumor, you understand. But just in case, we'll keep our eye on the two of them tonight.
I think they were saying they were going to attack them somewhere between Hinamizawa and Okonomiya. Tomitake's body will be found on the road leading out of the village. From what I remember, he's discovered when the concrete road turns to gravel.
I see. I'll have a cruiser patrol around there. We can spare that at least.
He agreed to get involved, and he wasn't suspicious of me either. I'm sure it seems odd to people that Oishi actually believed this phony-sounding story of mine. The thing about Oishi is that he strongly believes there's no smoke when there's no fire. I've learned from experience that he tends to believe my information. However, that personality of his has caused me so much trouble in previous worlds. Of course, there's no question why he's so eager to believe me either. This is his last chance to expose the curse of Oyashiro-sama before his retirement. Even if it might be fake, he still wants to believe it. That was convenient for me, since I couldn't show proof.
Hey, Kuma-chan, can you read? You hear me? Have a cruiser patrol the road back to Okonomiya. No, it's just a precaution. I heard rumor that something bad might happen around there tonight. Yeah, 2 officers would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else believed me, and I didn't know what to do.
It's my job to believe these things. We'll just be glad if nothing happens. Be happy to swing and miss. Well, that's what my late colleague used to say. Besides, it's even worse if you ignore what you're told and don't take precautions, you know?
I see. That's his way of thinking about things. That was why he believed me without question. I hope he won't consider me a suspect after they find their bodies tomorrow. I shouldn't worry about that now. I can still do more. Who else should I talk to? Should I talk to my friends? I can't give up. I should at least try. No way! You heard someone talking about that? On the day of the festival? That's so wrong.
You mean the curse, right? You're talking about the curse of Oyashiro-sama that might happen tonight?
Yes. It's happened 4 years in a row. Lots of people think that it's going to happen again tonight, too.
What they believe is their business, but it's not nice for them to talk about Tomitake-san and Takano-san like that.
I think you should talk to them about it just in case, I think.
I already did, but they didn't believe me.
I bet they didn't. But it's too late if something really does happen. I think you should talk to Oishi-san.
I already did. I'm kind of impressed that you've done all that, Rika-chama. I agree that they should take every precaution, especially tonight. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, commonly known as the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I really don't want them to keep happening every year. Somebody might end up imitating it, and it's bad publicity for the village, too.
So if nothing happens tonight, it means the curse is over, right? We should definitely make sure that nothing happens then.
What can we do? Are you suggesting that we should patrol around the village or something?
I think patrolling might be even more careless. Do you really think that we can do something about this?
For starters, there's a chance some deviant trying to imitate the serial murders might be within the Watanagashi Preparation Committee. So let's be wary of any unfamiliar faces.
It's easy for us to tell strangers apart from the locals. We can spot them right away. I think we'll be fine. But Tomitake and Takano will still be killed. Rika-chan. All right, let's try to do what we can.
I agree. We can't protect them all night, but let's stay with them until at least the festival's over. As long as we're there, the bad guys won't be able to do anything to them.
I couldn't tell if they really believed me or not, but they listened to me at least. We decided to keep our eyes on Tomitake and Takano and protect them for the rest of the night. I guess I've done everything I can now, though it's hard to believe this is enough to prevent their deaths.
You just have to hope nothing's happened when I wake up tomorrow morning. Do you think you can prevent Tomitake and Takano's deaths, Rika?
It might be impossible. Their deaths might be the bell that portends my doom.
Oh well.
But Takano told me earlier that even if they die, the mountain dogs are supposed to keep protecting me. They might bring in more squads from Tokyo, too. Even if they die, the situation will be different this time.
What if it still doesn't work out?
Then I'll just have to die. Anyway, I'm not going to give up until the very end. I'll struggle to my very limits. I won't give up and spend the rest of my time drinking wine.
Do whatever you want to do, Rika.
You still believe that nothing is going to change, Hanyu?
I don't believe anything. It's only fate.
I keep getting hurt because I have hope, huh? If I'm an actress trying to get up on the stage, Hanyu is a real bystander. We have very different opinions when it comes to this.
Rika, no matter what happens, don't give up.
That sounds like you're convinced that nothing is going to change. Lately, the things you say have been pissing me off.
Oh.
I understand. Hanyu keeps telling me not to get my hopes up because she cares about me. Because I hope to defeat fate, I get hurt when that hope is betrayed. And the more I get hurt, the closer I get to losing my mind and disappearing. For Hanyu, that means losing her only friend. Losing me is probably the most unbearable thought for Hanyu, since she has to live alone, unable to communicate with anyone else. I now believe that fate can be changed. Even when I didn't have that faith, I still believed that eventually I'd find a way to get out of this maze. Perhaps Hanyu knows something I don't. I might just be a goldfish inside of a fishbowl. There might be no way for me to escape my fate. We're stuck alone inside of a fishbowl, yet every day I knock on the glass, believing that I can break it someday. Hanyu keeps telling me that I'm wasting my time. If I get hurt and die, she would have to survive all by herself inside the fishbowl. With that, I think I finally understand our difference of opinions. Hanyu has lived for a much longer time than I have. Because of that, she understands the laws of this infinitely spanning world better than I do. No matter how much I refute Hanyu, I can never refute the truth. Even so, I still have to believe in my own faith. I believe in a spear that will pierce the wall of fate. My faith will make that spear sharper than ever. We found Tomitake in the crowd and struck up a conversation with him to keep him around as long as we could. However, as soon as the festival ended, they tried to leave. If they left now, I'd never see them again. Mion tried insisting they stay at her house for the night, but Tomitake refused. Everyone tried various ways to stop them from being alone, because the murderer might be around. However, we eventually started to believe that they wanted to be alone for adult reasons, and I wound up suggesting that we shouldn't interrupt the two lovebirds.
Don't worry, Rika-chan. Tomitake-san is a man, after all. I'm sure he'll do anything to protect Takano-san.
Is that so? If something happens, you'll rescue me, right?
That's the plan.
Well, we really should go now. It's getting pretty late.
Thank you for your concern.
Don't make any assumptions. I'm heading to the clinic because I left something there. And Takano-san has the keys, so we have to go together.
No, I didn't know that you were into playing doctor. Nah, I think he's more into playing gynecologist. Cadmium.
Oh, I wonder how they play doctor. I wonder.
Don't hit them just because you feel embarrassed. And as for you two, stop only getting along when you're making dirty jokes. Goodbye, everyone. I really am just going to go back there to get what I forgot. Don't follow us, okay?
Oh. Tomitake, please be careful.
I do think that you're overreacting, Rika.
Everyone laughed when Satoko yawned. It seemed like a good time to call it a day. It doesn't feel like I was able to change their fate. I just hope that they pay attention and that they're prepared for whatever faces them. I still might have a chance. All I can do now is pray. Goodbye, Tomitake-san. Please show us the pictures you took next time.
Make sure you wear your punishment shirt.
Man, I'm so jealous you got to spend a night with a pretty lady. Woohoo! I'll see you guys again. I guess it'll be in fall.
That's if we don't get killed tonight. Good night, everyone. Good night! That was the best I could do on the night of Watanagashi. Well, tried our best. We'll see where it goes from here. Please tell me what happened this night. This is a box with a cat inside. Please tell me what happened this night. I don't even know if the cat is alive or dead inside the box. Please tell me what happened this night. The cat in the box is dead. Tomitake gathered up his paperwork and slipped it inside of his bag.
They sure were persistent. I wonder if they really want us dead.
How rude of them, huh? It was only a dream.
Please make sure that Dr. Irie examines Rika-chan. Her nightmares might be a symptom of something. If anything happens to her, it would be a disaster.
Takano touched Tomitake's hand gently. As he turned bright red, Takano moved in closer and spoke. The way she acts is just too sexy, Tomitake thought.
Hey, Jiro-san. I have something very important to tell you. Will you listen to me?
What is it? You have something to tell me, too? I hope you didn't see me claw out my throat in a dream.
What would you say if I did?
Hmm?
Takano stared at him with a mischievous look, as if seducing him, and started whispering into his ear.
I'm really surprised. That girl might have a godlike power after all.
What does that mean?
Takano smiled gently and pulled back her hair. Even seeing her do that made Tomitake's heart race.
I really like you.
That's good to know.
Takano's fingers curled around Tomitake's chin, stroking, tickling, and caressing it. Her movements were very captivating and seductive.
I've dated a lot of guys, but none of them interested me as much as you. I've learned that someone with a personality like yours makes the ideal partner for me. You're willing to accept everything I stand for. I believe that you understand me completely. That's why I can give you everything I have. I want you to accept everything about me. Do you understand?
Well, Takano-san, what's the matter?
Her voice didn't really sound that affectionate. Tomitake knew from experience that he couldn't grasp what was on her mind when she wore a cold smile like that.
Finally. It's almost here.
It seemed as though she couldn't wait for something to happen. There was a chilling allure to her strange smile
that made one question if something exciting was really about to happen.
What's almost here?
Tomitake asked, trying hard to resist the temptation.
The day my dream comes true.
Your dream?
Yes, my dream. Didn't I tell you before? Or do you forget everything about... do you forget about everything we talk about in bed?
No, I remember your dream.
Tomitake's response was vague. Either he didn't remember or he hadn't understood it very well.
Finally, the curse of Oyashiro-sama is going to come true. That's what I've been dreaming about ever since I was a child. Jiro-san, listen. I can't be with you anymore.
What? What do you mean?
You see, I belong in a different world. Hinamizawa is where humans and demons once coexisted. That's why we met each other here. But all that is going to come to an end soon. The eclipse of the sun brought humans and demons together. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Takano-san, did you drink a bit too much at the festival? You're drunk, right?
Tonight is a night of farewells. Thank you for teaching me about the sunlit realm. Your warmth was like the glow of the midday sun. We really did have a wonderful relationship. I'm so sad that we have to say goodbye.
She pulled herself away from Tomitake and slowly stepped back, as if signaling the time had come for them to part.
I don't know what you're trying to say. What's this all about, Takano-san?
I want you to make a decision. I want you to decide to stay with me and abandon the sunlit realm. If what you told me was all true, then I know you have no doubts.
By that time, Tomitake understood that Takano was asking him to make an important decision.
Could it be your...
That's right, Jiro-san.
Tomitake got up from his seat and looked Takano straight in the eyes. There was a faint glimmer of hostility within those eyes.
Is your work more important than me? I thought so.
I can't believe this. I trusted you!
Those words were ones of rejection. Takano's lips twisted into a cruel smile.
Oyashiro-sama united the humans and demons, but I guess he can't unite you and me.
Takano slowly opened the door. 6 men in overalls were standing there at the ready. Tomitake was frozen in shock. The 6 men walked up to Tomitake with no expression on their faces. It was immediately obvious that they were going to do something to harm him.
What is this all about?
Hinamizawa syndrome is like a bomb with a lit fuse. Your plan is to dismantle that bomb before it explodes. However, there are some people in Tokyo who want to see it go off.
No! What good will that do for anyone?
Nobody ever does anything that isn't beneficial to them. Therefore, if they want that bomb to explode, it must be doing good for someone. Your question just now is a pretty meaningless one.
I can't believe this. There are people who want that to happen? Hinamizawa syndrome's a very dangerous disease. You know that as well as I do.
I do. It would be a disaster if it had an outbreak. Tokyo wouldn't be able to cover it up either.
Did that faction bribe you?
It was actually my mission from the very start. I'm so sorry. We belonged in different worlds from the moment we first met.
What are you going to do to me?
It would be a great help if you came over to our side. Of course, that would mean you'd have to betray your own people.
You're expecting me to turn on them?
Jiro-san, if your feelings for me are real, will you support me? You'll be compensated, of course. If you wish, I'll dedicate my whole life to you. I'll do whatever you want me to, wherever and whenever you want. My body will belong to you. You can dominate me to satisfy your needs whenever you like. I'm willing to be all yours. Hey, don't you want to dye this body of mine in your scent?
Her words were a kind of assault, directly hammering at the emotions men had difficulty resisting. They were like an evil spell to control his heart. Upon hearing them, Tomitake felt an unknown sensation rush up his spine as his feet froze in place, entranced. However, he forced himself to resist the temptation. He sealed the cracks in his wall of reason to stop Takano from forcefully entering his heart.
I refuse.
She had known from the start that Tomitake was going to refuse her. Even so, Takano let out a triumphant laugh. It's funny. She thought Tomitake would refuse right away. However, it took him a while to refuse because of how effective she was at seducing him. The time it took for him to refuse her was one of victory for Takano. For Tomitake, it was a time of humiliation. Takano continued to laugh. She sounded rather like an evil witch. I thought you would say that. That's why I love you so much. Takano raised up her right hand and gave a signal to the mountain dogs.
Okanogi-kun, you're betraying me too? I'm sorry, Lieutenant Tomitake.
Are you surprised? The mountain dogs work for me. It was us who controlled this clinic all along. You and Dr. Irie are the only people who didn't know.
Shit!
Tomitake moved into action, sensing the danger that was about to befall him. His fist thrust out as quick as lightning, knocking one man down before he could even blink. However, the other mountain dogs certainly weren't just going to stay there and watch. They all attacked him as one. He tried to strike back with an elbow, but he simply couldn't overcome the difference in numbers. Tomitake tried his best, but soon enough, the mountain dogs had wrestled him to the ground.
Damn it! Let go! Let me go! Stop struggling already. Yeah!
They pinned him down so hard, pinned him down so that he couldn't even move an inch. Impressive, Jiro-san. You fought pretty well considering you were up against 6 people. Takano walked over and smiled while looking down at Tomitake. Hey, Jiro-san, I know you're going to refuse, but let me ask you one more time. Will you change your mind and join my side?
Never! I'll never join with you!
That's what I wanted to hear, so I could sever all my attachments. Takano was holding a small case in her hands. She opened it and showed Tomitake what was inside.
What's in that syringe?
Oh, come now. I'm sure you know what it is.
No. We destroyed all of them!
Jiro-san, let me guess what you're thinking. Even if this is what you think it is, you should still have immunity because you took the vaccine. Isn't that what you're thinking? That's why you're not scared, right? Well, let me tell you something nice. That vaccine you took before you came here was a fake. You may not have noticed it, but you're already an L3 patient of the Hinamizawa syndrome. Jiro-san, you have a tendency to look away when you get an injection. That's not very smart. You should always make sure of what you're getting.
Shit! Let me go!
Tomitake struggled to get away, but he simply couldn't move. Upon seeing his sorry state, Takano laughed with glee. I'm sure you know very well about H173. You'll become infected instantly and will virtually become an L5 patient. You saw how the experiment turned out, no? The subject was displaying extreme irritation in the neck and armpit areas. Based on our past studies, patients with L5 suffer from extraordinary irritation in their lymph nodes. It might be an antigen-antibody reaction. In other words, Jiro-san, if you're lucky, you might be able to just die as Rika-chan predicted. Are you going to kill yourself or become disabled for life? Which would you prefer? Which one, Jiro-san?
Stop! Stop!
It's going to be too difficult to give him the injection like this. Put him to sleep, please. One of the men covered Tomitake's mouth with a towel soaked in some kind of chemical. He tried to fight it off with all his might, but his strength eventually left him, and he became as quiet as a beached whale. Takano stroked his face to make sure that he couldn't resist. Then she brought the needle toward his throat. She pushed it right into his skin. As she squeezed down on the syringe's plunger, the skin surrounding the tip of the needle swelled up, and eventually the contents were absorbed into his body.
Goodbye, Jiro-san. When you wake up, you'll be in the middle of a wonderful nightmare.
The mountain dogs finally got off of him. He couldn't even twitch.
Someone put him in my trunk.
Two of the men lifted up Tomitake and carried him outside.
Oh, hold on. I'm sure he'd be happy if I left him his bicycle. That way he can enjoy cycling in hell, too.
The mountain dogs all quietly laughed at the joke.
We're now going to commence Operation Doomsday.
They stopped laughing as she began to speak.
Okanogi, you wait for the contact from headquarters. Keep your eyes on Dr. Irie. Also, keep tabs on Rika Furude, too. I don't know what kind of power she has, but how she predicted Tomitake was going to die. I'm very curious about her. But too bad.
Roger. I'll take care of things here. Please be careful on your way.
There's not much to be careful of. By the way, where's Dr. Irie?
I'm sure he's attending the festival's after party. He is still at the shrine.
Wish I could see the look of panic on that nerd's face.
The mountain dogs started laughing again, too. Takano checked the time on her watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. Most people must have left the festival for home. Those people still there were probably enjoying the after party while getting drunk inside the shrine. It was a good time for her to leave without being seen by anyone.
I'm leaving now. I'm going to go and die.
After saying that, she left the clinic alone. She left through the back door. She left amid the moonlight, the singing of insects, and the sound of a river. It was a typical night in Hinamizawa. While enjoying all these sensations, Takano got inside her car. Tomitake was sleeping inside the trunk. His bicycle, on the other hand, was loaded into her back seat.
How ironic. Your bicycle has a better seat than you. I'll let you out of there soon.
I should leave him by the road that leads to Okinomiya. That'll be a good spot. By the way, you ever found yourself wondering a little bit ago? Well, not a little bit ago, but you ever found yourself wondering over these past streams what Takano was doing in the area when she met Keiichi and Tatari Higurashi? Well, now you know! But she gave up on it, as there was a police cruiser parked in the area. She figured that they were probably patrolling to make sure the fifth year's curse didn't happen. Good job, officers. No one would ever suspect that there's a curse packed in my trunk right now. Takano drove onto less lit streets with rougher roads. Eventually, the mountain road ended, and she was surrounded by darkness. There were rice fields nearby. She could tell by the sound of the croaking frogs. Takano parked her car by the pitch-black roadside. She had to stop here, otherwise she'd be too close to a residential area. Indeed, she was nearly in Okinomiya. She would have dumped him earlier, but the police cruiser had foiled that plan. Takano pulled Tomitake out of the trunk and left him by the road. She also left him his bicycle. Tomitake let out a small groan. It probably wouldn't be long until he woke up.
Goodbye, Jiro-san. Your awkward sweet talk was very entertaining. I wish I could hear it again. You'll be waking up soon. By that time, you'll be in the final stage of L5. After a futile struggle, you'll meet with a miserable demise. I wonder if you really are going to claw out your throat and die. I wish I could be here to see it. Your mysterious death and my disappearance will complete the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. The story of the curse of Oyashiro-sama will be firmly established. You should feel honored, Jiro-san. You're going to be part of history. You might be losing your life here, but in a way, you're going to live for eternity.
That was her last farewell to Tomitake. Takano got back inside her car and started driving. She could see the place she left Tomitake in her rearview mirror, but it was already shrouded in darkness. Takano drove through the main street of Okinomiya and made a few turns, heading for the dark mountains in the distance. It had been a while since she left Hinamizawa. It was almost midnight. She might have already made it to the neighboring prefecture. It was difficult to tell because she couldn't really see anything in the darkness. Takano stopped her car in the middle of all of that. After turning off both the engine and the headlights, there really was nothing but darkness surrounding her. It was as if time itself had stopped. Takano wasn't sure how long she waited, but eventually she saw the headlights of a car blinking twice. She blinked her own headlights back at it. Soon, she saw several people walking toward her. 2 men wearing blue overalls knocked on the window of Takano's car. Obligingly, she opened it. They looked over her face and the paperwork they had in their hands. "Hello, I'm Takano." After confirming her identification, they called someone over the radio.
Hello. We've got the lady. Anyone following? No one's after you. You're clear for 400 meters. Nobody's following us. Your work is much appreciated. Please, come with us to the command vehicle. I'll take your paperwork.
The paperwork is inside the trunk. Here's the key. I do need some coffee. Could you get me some?
The command vehicle was a trailer with a bunch of high-tech communication equipment inside. The light of the electric equipment shone beautifully in the dark.
Here's your coffee, Major.
Another man in blue overalls offered her a paper cup.
Thank you. What's going on with my corpse?
They've finished setting it up in Gifu Prefecture.
Gifu? Did I burn to death in the mountains of Gifu?
I'm not sure about the cause of death. I'll confirm it with someone.
Operation Doomsday. That was the name of their mission. The goal of the operation's first stage was Takano's escape from Hinamizawa and the extraction of 18 specific classified documents. That goal had been completed. Assassinating the liaison from Tokyo, Tomitake, was also one of the goals. That one had also been completed in the way Takano had planned. He was not killed that way just because Takano had wanted to see it. It was intentionally planned that way, so that the office in Tokyo would be suspicious of the Irie Institute. They were trying to create the story that the Institute was upset with the recent budget cuts and the cancellation of their study. Tomitake's mysterious death would be a suitable way to persuade people. Tomitake was not the only one who was expected to die. Takano was expected to do so as well. However, Takano didn't really need to die herself. They had acquired a substitute body for her, so she didn't actually have to die. Takano had no idea how they got the body. According to what she heard, a team in Gifu took care of everything. Once Tomitake and Takano were dead, Tokyo would definitely grow suspicious of the Irie Institute. The main purpose of this mission was to make the Institute look reckless.
I'm sorry, Major. There's been a problem in Gifu.
A problem? What sort of problem?
They made a mistake with the corpse, but the body's already been dead for 24 hours.
I see. Then I wonder how things will play out. In other words, you're saying I was already dead as of yesterday.
Takano's body was supposed to be selected from the corpses of people who had died the same day. The plan was to then burn the body and make identification of the corpse more difficult. They'd found a suitable body for the plan. However, they just found out that it had been dead for over a day. That would create a hole in their plans.
They're going to collect another body to use instead.
No, that's fine. We can still use that body as me.
Huh? But that would mean...
The messenger of Oyashiro-sama was long dead but came to the festival regardless.
That's a good one. That's a very, very good one. Takano laughed with satisfaction for a while. The other people in the vehicle couldn't understand why Takano was laughing so much. Takano continued to laugh as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard.
Go ahead. Call the team in Gifu and tell them to stop looking for another body. I think this will make for an interesting twist.
Are you sure? Shouldn't you be more cautious?
Don't worry. Everyone saw Mio Takano walking around at the Watanagashi festival. Even if the forensics lab does find out that the body's been dead for more than a day, they'll just think that the test results were wrong.
Takano almost seemed to be enjoying the risk.
Roger. I'll notify them.
By the way, was my body burned inside of an oil drum?
Yes. It seems someone already discovered it on the mountain near the freeway.
Takano seemed surprised to hear that from him. Then she started laughing strangely again. Nobody could figure out why she was laughing like that.
I see. The reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama really is gifted. I have to admit, she has a supernatural power that defies explanation. Tell the mountain dogs in Hinamizawa to tighten up security on R.
Roger. Major, the Okinomiya Police Department have discovered the body of Tomitake.
They have, huh? The show's about to begin.
Oishi-san, Dr. Irie has arrived. Oh, thank you for coming. So, what do you think, Dr. Irie?
Oishi entered the area enclosed by a blue tarp. In there, people from forensics were taking pictures of the dead body from various angles. Irie was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tomitake. When he stood up, he was as white as a sheet.
I can't believe it. Yep, I can't believe it either. As far as I see, he clawed out his throat. With his bare hands. This isn't a normal way to die. Most likely, some kind of dangerous drug must have caused it. Are you saying that he was a drug addict? I don't know, was he? It's gonna be my job to figure that out.
Oishi-san, what's this 2x4 doing here?
I think he was swinging it around. And then he threw it away, and he had more fun clawing out his throat, I guess.
Why was he swinging the 2x4 around?
He probably didn't in self-defense. Did you notice that there are several external injuries on his body?
Yes, I can see some bruises.
The easiest explanation I can think of is this. He was attacked by someone on his way home to Okinomiya after the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy and died.
I've never heard of any drug that can make people claw out their throats.
I'm not an expert on it either, but they say self-harm is one of the terminal symptoms for drug addicts, right? Well, I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation.
Excuse me, Oishi-san. We found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tomitake a mile away from here.
Oh, is that so? Thank you. Did you find anything on it?
Not yet. They're investigating it right now.
So that means the place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place he was attacked. Then he ran away from the culprit and came here.
Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Irie was looking at the miserable corpse of Tomitake, and he kept saying the same thing.
It's impossible. It's just impossible.
Irie knew right away that Tomitake's death was caused by the terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome. He hadn't swung the 2x4 at a real person, but probably saw some kind of hallucination due to L5 symptoms. Violent reactions to hallucinations is one of the clearest characteristics of the terminal stage. However, Tomitake supposedly took a vaccine before he came to the village. There was no way he could reach L5 symptoms in such a short period of time. Irie didn't want to believe it, but it was obvious that someone intentionally injected him with the pathogen. The pathogen must have been strong enough to give him L5 symptoms immediately. The only drug that can do that is H173, a chemical weapon that induces an acute onset of symptoms. It makes people hallucinate, which inevitably leads to a horrible death. It's the absolute worst kind of demon. However, they had destroyed all of it due to its dangerous nature. All that were left were helpful chemicals, such as vaccines and treatment drugs. Tomitake was their liaison from Tokyo. Whoever killed him must have had full knowledge about him and this drug. How would that person know that he was their liaison? It was then that Irie thought of Takano. Takano is also a watchdog from Tokyo. She's something like a superintendent. It was quite possible that something bad had happened to her, too.
What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san?
What? No, are you talking about your nurse?
I think she was with him. Is she okay?
Do you know her phone number?
Of course.
Kuma-chan, get her phone number from Dr. Irie and have someone at the station call her home. Understood. Doctor, can I have the number?
Yes, here it is.
Kumagai got the phone number, repeated it to make sure he got it right, and dashed out of the blue tent.
Doctor, Takano-san and Tomitake-san were close friends, weren't they?
Yes.
Have you heard about any troubles between them?
No, not even once. They were very close friends.
Tomitake and Takano weren't just in a close relationship. They were co-workers sent from Tokyo. They had access to information that even Irie didn't. There's no way there was trouble between them.
Well, hope she's alright. In the worst case scenario, she could be dead or she could even be the perp. I see. Nurses do have access to dangerous drugs, don't they?
We don't have any drugs like that at my clinic. Even if we did, we'd store them with extra care. There's no way Takano-san could smuggle out a drug from my clinic.
But it's easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right?
Like I said, I've never heard of a drug like that, and I don't have anything like that in my clinic. Irie made clumsy excuses while he tried to piece together what was going on. However, Irie had no means of knowing the state of affairs in Tokyo, and he couldn't reach any further conclusions. So it was easy to laugh at him as though he's a frog trapped in a well.
Oishi-san, she isn't home. The standby unit says they're going to go to her house to check. Doctor, can you give me your address? Kuma-chan, can you also check if the police headquarters have found any unidentified female bodies tonight? Maybe we should check with the other prefectures too. Get the section manager to call all the nearby prefectural headquarters and ask if they have any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir. The Okinomiya Police Department is contacting the Gifu Prefectural Police Department. You sure about this, Major?
Sure. I don't mind. Just leave it there. Doomsday has almost arrived anyway. Everything will be destroyed before they even find out that the time of death doesn't match.
The day after Watanagashi, Oishi showed up at our school. It isn't uncommon for Oishi to show up here today. Interestingly, he always asks to see the most key person in that world. He asks for Keiichi in the world where he gets sick. He asks for Rena in the world where she gets sick. In this world, he asked for me.
Did Tomitake really die?
Yeah. The way he went was pretty strange too. Like he was on drugs and hallucinating. He clawed out his own throat until he died.
I couldn't prevent it.
There's nothing I can do now. I knew this was going to happen. I'm sure Takano is dead too. And Takano?
I have bad news about her too. She was found burned to death in the mountains over in Gifu Prefecture. Based on the condition of the body, she was choked to death before her body was burned. It's a tragic story no matter how you look at it.
I know what you're thinking. You think I know something about what happened to them.
Heavens no. I only have one question. Why would we talk? Who would talk about such a disturbing plan at the festival where anyone could hear?
You think I'm involved in this murder?
Well, I wanted to suspect you, but I don't. If you were responsible in some way, you wouldn't have given me the hints you did. At the very least, I'm sure you're not involved with the people who killed them.
I'm glad you're not suspicious of me.
Oishi threw a 10-yen coin into the offering box and shook the bell in prayer.
Please let us solve the mystery of Hinamizawa this year.
Are you trying to get me involved in your investigation?
I was just talking to Oyashiro-sama.
Oishi is well aware that people call me the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That must have been his attempt at a joke.
I'd like to see the curse disappear forever, too.
Oh, that means we both want the same thing.
I made a prediction about where you might find Tomitake's body. Didn't you have a police cruiser nearby?
Yeah, I listened to your prediction and had a cruiser patrol the area. The place where the concrete and gravel roads meet. It's on the very border of the village. It gets very dark there at night. Always seems like if something bad were to happen, it could happen there.
So where did you find Tomitake's body?
We found him dead by the rice fields near Okinomiya.
That's not where his body is usually found. If he was fated to hallucinate and die, he would die in the exactly the same spot, whether the cruiser was there or not. Just because the cruiser was placed there, Tomitake's body was found in a totally different spot. In other words, the existence of the police cruiser disrupted that fate.
Anyway, there's something else I found interesting. I told the officers in the police cruiser to check every vehicle that passed by. As it turns out, one of the cars that headed toward Okinomiya after the festival was over was Takano's.
Takano lives in Okinomiya. it wouldn't be strange for her to head back home after the festival.
However, she was the only one inside the car. Tomitake wasn't with her either.
Tomitake always comes to Hinamizawa on his bike.
Then she could have loaded his bike in the trunk and given him a ride. But he was not with her. However, his body was found among the rice fields near Okinomiya, past where the police cruiser was patrolling in Hinamizawa.
What are you saying?
There's no way he could have biked through the dark woods to avoid the police cruiser. He somehow took the road without being noticed by us. Furude-san, can you tell me what you know about the relationship between Tomitake and Takano?
They're dating. That's all I know.
I find it hard to believe that Takano would drive back home alone in the dark without her boyfriend. What if she had Tomitake in her trunk and she was planning to dump his body in the woods? But because the cruiser was in that area, she had no choice but to pass by and dump him on the side of the road.
Mikala George with the $50. Holy shit, thank you so much. Can't stay very long, but just wanted to say how grateful I am for these streams. They help me get through my long work days. Good luck at work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Both Tomitake and Takano were sent here from Tokyo. I have no idea what their real identities are. I can't say that Takano had no reason to kill Tomitake. However, I've never considered that possibility before in my life. Takano killing Tomitake? But why? I can't think of any reason. Nothing comes to mind. And it's hard to imagine Takano was cornered to the point that she had to kill him. In fact, it was more plausible to think that she was enraged when the lovesick Tomitake acted cold towards her and she strangled his neck.
I never really thought they suited each other. I don't mean to insult Tomitake-kun, but I thought Takano-san was way too smart for him. Have you heard of any rumors that she was trying to use him for anything?
None. But I can ask around. I'll let you know if I find out something.
Thank you very much. I'm just glad the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama's on my side.
But even the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama couldn't solve this mystery for over 100 years. But you said Takano was killed too. How can she be the culprit?
Well, it's because you leaked me the information. I mean the prophecy. Without that, I'm sure I would have just believed that both Takano and Tomitake were the victims of the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. I feel like it's different this time. Maybe as though this is someone trying to make the curse of Oyashiro-sama happen.
So you really think that Takano-san is the culprit?
Basically, this is what Oishi is trying to say. They're not both victims. The culprit's also pretending to be a victim. This is really hard for me to believe. I can't think of any reason why Takano would do something like this. Oishi only feels the way he does because he doesn't know her as well as I do. For another thing, how can he explain that Takano's body was found? Didn't the police in Gifu Prefecture identify the body?
For a charred corpse, the easiest way to identify them is by their dental records. Although according to the old man at forensics, they're still not 100% sure. And besides, there's a contradiction with the estimated time of death. It just doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
Well, the test results showed that she was dead on the night before the festival. Apparently they inspected the contents of her stomach and such. But at the time of testing, they had already had information about Takano. They knew that she was at the festival that night and realized the test results didn't match up. So they just dumped the results and decided to take the dental records alone. These things do happen every once in a while. However, if Takano really is the culprit, this body might belong to someone else.
Is it possible to do something like that?
When a body's burnt, dental records are the only way to identify it. This might sound too much like a mystery novel, but what if, for example, someone faked Mio Takano's dental records? If they were skillfully forged, we could have the wrong ID. Anyway, the Gifu police departments made up their mind that the body belongs to Takano. Within police departments, we sometimes have issues with false test results. That's how most false charges are made. It feels to me like this is one of those times.
So you think Takano is alive?
Since last night, both Mio Takano and her car have gone missing. If that body found at Gifu isn't Takano, this is going to be very interesting indeed.
Iria has already heard about the deaths of Tomitake and Takano. It seemed like both the clinic and the office in Tokyo had flown into a panic over it. It's funny how they make such a big fuss about their own people when they don't care what happens to other people's lives if it would get in the way of their research. Takano's subordinate, Okanogi, was in the room. Okanogi is the leader of the Mountain Dogs. I came here to make sure that he's still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies.
Okanogi, Takano is dead. But am I still safe?
Don't worry, Rika-san. We'll still keep the tight security around you. You don't have to call the police.
I guess this is part of that tight security? They must have been listening to my conversation with Oishi.
Oishi told me something. Is it true that Takano isn't really dead?
That can't be true. The Gifu Police Department made an official announcement. That Oishi's retiring this year, isn't he? Sometimes he makes up stories because he's desperate to solve the curse of Oyashiro-sama. You shouldn't pay attention to anything he says.
Well, he's not wrong. This year is Oishi's last chance. Because he's so desperate, he's developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears.
What's your opinion about this, Okanogi?
Right now, they're still investigating, so I can't say anything. Knowing the relationship between those two, I think it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization.
I glanced over at Iria as I listened to Okanogi speak. It seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. Iria was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. Iria looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization.
Oh, Rika-chan. I'm sorry for making you wait.
Seems like you're in big trouble.
Just as you heard. It sounds like there's some big conspiracy behind their deaths. People in Tokyo think that I'm the one pulling the strings. Good grief. I have a lot of questions as to how they figure that.
I rarely ever saw Iria get so emotional. He must be feeling as though all of his efforts being repaid with injustice. However, it's a fact that Iria was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo is thinking that that could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious.
I understand how scared you must feel. The people who attacked Takano-san and Tomitake-san could be after you, too. The people in Tokyo are also concerned about that. We got the order to tighten up your security. Don't worry.
I'm very relieved to hear that.
This was the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. They usually become so busy after keeping tabs on Irie after Tomitake and Takano's deaths that they end up ignoring me. Even though they're dead, I'm still in a pretty favorable situation.
So, do you have any idea who killed them?
People in Tokyo are investigating that now. Based on the situation, it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I guess I'm their prime suspect.
You're the only one who could kill Tomitake like that.
That's not true. The people in Tokyo were discussing the possible use of H173. But that drug was destroyed when the research was cancelled. It's impossible. However, they also have no choice but to suspect you in this case. Mr. Tomitake even took a vaccine before he came here, but he still got infected. It must just be an extremely unlikely coincidence. Anyway, it's just impossible.
Irie is usually a very calm person, but once the people in Tokyo start suspecting him, he often loses his mind.
Do you think Takano might be the culprit? She's someone within the organization.
Takano-san? No way.
But as he spoke, Irie also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I don't know how to persuade him that it's the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect talks. Guessing about the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it's stupid to assume that Takano isn't the culprit just because I don't know what her motive is.
Rika-san, you can't say something like that without any proof. She was very nice to you. How can you suspect her after all that?
Upon hearing me be ungrateful towards his boss, Okanogi flashed me an unpleasant smile. It's true that Takano was very nice to me. It might be disrespectful of me to suspect her. However, I still can't trust her completely yet. Perhaps I've developed the same bad habit as Oishi. Am I believing every crazy theory I hear just because I'm desperate to escape from my fate?
In any case, something bad's going on around here. We all need to be careful. Don't worry. We've received an order to tighten up your security, too.
Irie smiled bitterly. For him, their protection wouldn't be too different from stalking.
Rika-san, make sure that you don't give up too much information to the police. I think you'll understand, but you could create a problem if you talk to them about our secrets.
He was implying that he'd have to kill anyone I talked to. This isn't the first time they warned me about this. It's just, what if Takano really is the culprit? If she is, then Okanogi is almost certainly involved too. Then it makes sense that he wouldn't want me to suspect Takano. But that would be horrifying. If Takano was my enemy, then the mountain dogs were too. This whole clinic is a lion's den. Irie is just a researcher, so he probably wouldn't know what's really going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? I thought I just convinced myself that the motive shouldn't even matter, but I can't stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Oishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the mountain dogs are more like wolves looking after a flock of sheep. I've lived for over 100 years. I never once found out who killed me, and I stayed close to the Irie Institute so that they'd protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Well, I'm sure that Irie has no bad intentions. In many lives, I got to see how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. However, he's not really reliable. Okanogi glanced over at me. He smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. It's possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome, and that was just a hallucination. I don't understand anything. I don't even know who my enemies are anymore. There's no point in thinking about this any longer. I have to only trust who I know I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people, though. Irie, Oishi, and my friends. If Okanogi is on Takano's side, he will be watching me very closely. If I started accusing Takano of anything, who knows what they'd do to me. When this world first began, I thought I had no time left. But that wasn't true. The number of things that happened in just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to just take Hanyu's advice and resign this time? Yeah, she's been missing since the night of Watanagashi.
Could it be the curse of Oyashiro-sama?
It's freaky that this has happened 5 years in a row now.
Hinamizawa is a small village. Rumors spread fast around here. Besides, she's Mion Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends were all talking about the mysterious death of Tomitake and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village are very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The past incidents don't matter to me either way. All I'm interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me, too. 2 days have passed since Watanagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I'll get killed on the night of the 22nd. That's tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There's only one thing I'm sure about. Based on my experiences, I'll live for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I'll have to live with the fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there's no real reason to be afraid. When I wake up, I'll be in a brand new world again. I can never remember how I'm killed. That's why I'm not that afraid of the killing itself. I'm just frustrated that my life is about repeating the same things over and over, like a broken record. However, at present, I'm frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever. But I couldn't feel that way.
I feel frustrated and full of sorrow, as I really don't want to die.
It's tomorrow night. Are you ready, Rika?
How foolish of you to even ask. What makes it look like I am? Hanya was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night, as though she already knew it was going to happen for sure.
You worked very hard, Rika. This Life's Watsunagashi was the best festival I've ever had. Didn't you feel that way too?
It was fun. It really was fun. Satoko had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together, and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. I can't accept that. This world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest and within 1 or 2 weeks at the latest.
I'm sure your next life will be just as fun.
So this world is over and done with? This is such a happy world, but it's just going to end like that? All of my friends are alive and happy. Keiichi doesn't feel alone. And Rena's family is happy too. Mion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Satoko. The issue of Satoko's uncle is resolved, and she's no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I've ever experienced. But this world is going to end.
Rika, you think of yourself as a normal person too often, when we're both special beings. Every child wants their birthday party to continue forever. But the party always ends. That's why children always wish for their enjoyable moments to continue for all time. But that doesn't mean they'll grieve over a party that's ended. Once they sleep, another day will come for them. Something wonderful will happen again. No one disappears like Cinderella once the party is over.
What a way for you to describe my view on life.
You're like a child who's crying because she doesn't want to leave the party. But there's no need to feel that sad, is there? There'll be another party again soon. You still hate to go through another death, but it's only like sleeping for a while, isn't it?
Hanyu, don't you want to see what lies beyond June of 1983?
I'd be lying if I said I didn't, but I'm more concerned about you being consumed by that thought and getting hurt again because of it. You just don't understand. Without you, I'd have to live for such a long time without anyone to talk to. And I'll only be able to stare at the festival without being part of it. No one will be able to see me. No one will be able to hear me or talk to me either. Do you have any idea how miserable and lonely that will be? But I finally found you, Rika. I can't survive without you anymore. But I can't just die like you can either. I'll have to live alone until the end of time. I'll have to be alone until someone like you shows up again. I don't want that. I can't stand the thought of it.
Hanyu.
Rika, please take back that heartbreaking promise you made. I don't want you to give up if this world doesn't work out for you.
Hanyu, I'm sorry. I'll have to think about it for a while. I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. If I think there's still some hope, I can go on living. But if I feel desperate enough, I can just give up. It might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Hanyu nodded, with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were starting to lean the way she wanted them.
What's up, Rena? Are you plotting to take Rika-chan home with you?
Hey, Keiichi-kun. Don't you think that Rika-chan seems to be feeling down?
I don't know. She might still be tired from doing the dedication dance at the festival. Rika-chan was sitting all by herself, wearing a sad expression. I'd say she might still be tired from the festival, but that wasn't really how it looked.
Satoko-chan is free now, so I thought that she'd have a spring in her step. But she's been acting weird since yesterday. I wonder if something is going on.
Satoko's issues are all settled now. There shouldn't be anything that's troubling her anymore. We thought Satoko and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Satoko, but that problem is almost solved.
Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. If the Sonozaki family gets custody, Satoko will officially become Shion's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so upset. I think we should ask her what's going on.
But I don't want her to think that we're being insensitive. But I guess you can ask her, I guess.
So you're saying that it's okay for me to be insensitive? Rena laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. I walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something is still troubling Satoko and we just don't know about it. If that's the case, we need to help her. You don't look so good. Is anything weird going on?
Oh, Keiichi.
Rika-chan had been daydreaming, and it took her a while to realize that I was talking to her.
Do I look upset or something?
Kind of. Is anything the matter? It took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean yes.
Keiichi, there's a poem I want you to listen to. Don't ask me who wrote it. I just want to know what you think.
All right, let me hear it then. Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. That's a pretty interesting poem. Did you write it? Oh, I'm not supposed to ask that, huh?
No, you're not. What did you think after hearing it?
Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. I understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy, but that doesn't mean that everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. This one's a little harder to understand, but exercising that right probably refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness, but it's not that easy for that work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. I guess she's trying to talk about compromising your happiness? There's no limit to human desires. You can never stop wanting more. That's why people need to make compromises on their happiness. At least that's how I understand it. If she was trying to say that we should be satisfied with what we have, it sounds like a positive statement. But there's also a negative tone to the way it's presented. And I think this poem is reflecting the feelings of the writer.
I think so too. So what else did you think?
She wouldn't admit it, but I'm sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem, and it's reflecting on how she's feeling. I'm not that smart, but even I can understand that. I thought it was a sad poem.
Sad?
I understand the first two lines. Everyone has a right to be happy, but not everyone can become happy that easily. I think those lines are describing the difficult parts of our lives. But the last line's different. Making compromises is the same thing as giving up. The writer of this poem's given up on their happiness, compromised with reality, and trying to convince themselves that they're happy.
Trying to convince themselves that they're happy, you say?
With plenty of regrets, too. Everyone can become happy with enough effort, but she thinks she can't. The poem reflects her hopelessness. It's very sad.
Then, Keiichi, what do you think that she should do?
She shouldn't give up.
She shouldn't give up?
The writer of this poem already knows how she can be happy. It's something that she deserves. She's been thinking about how to become happy for a long time. If she really wants to be happy, she shouldn't give up. Remember, we overcame a desperate situation in only a few days. If we all work together, we can make a miracle happen. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? What's troubling you? Talk to me.
There's something I want to talk to all of you about. But if I do that, you won't be able to live in this village anymore. Happiness for me would be to see what's beyond June of 1983, together with all of you. It wouldn't mean anything if I lived beyond this June without you.
We won't be able to live in Hinamizawa anymore. Why's that?
They'll kill you if they find out that I talked to you. That's why I can't say anything.
What do you mean? They'll kill us. Are you being threatened by someone? The word kill is not something that most people use casually. I was shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. That's why I couldn't help but raise my voice.
I don't know who's the enemy and who's not. The only thing I know for sure is that someone is going to kill me.
Wait, Rika-chan! Talk to me! What the hell is going on? Is Teppei threatening her?
No, that isn't possible. The police arrested him, but besides that, the Sonozaki family told him to never come back to the village. There's no way he could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. And even if that somehow was the case, Rika-chan could just talk to Mion and everything would be taken care of. But based on her expression, it seems like this is way deeper than that.
I'm sorry. If I talk, you'll be dragged into this. If I lose you, I have no more reason to survive. I just can't talk to you about this. I'm not going to compromise my happiness.
I don't understand what you're trying to say, but you sound just like Satoko did a few days ago.
Like Satoko?
Yeah. You're thinking it's better to be patient. You forgot the courage needed to fight. You sound like that. Weren't you the one who told Satoko to be brave over the phone? My words had clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment.
If I talk to you, you might get killed too.
Well, I don't want that. But if we don't do anything, you're going to get killed, right? We don't want a future without you either, Rika-chan.
What?
You may not want to get us involved, but likewise, we don't want to lose you either. We welcome the struggle. Besides, you know how powerful we can be together. I'm sure we can solve anything if we all work as one.
Not even our combined strengths can solve this problem.
You don't want to talk to us, because you don't want to drag us into it, right? So what you're saying is that you want to die without telling us anything.
I guess that's what I am saying.
Don't think about being patient is the same as being brave. Remember the courage to fight. You can talk to me anytime, once you organize your feelings. We'll help you. You can count on us.
Thank you.
Rika-chan was wearing a sorrowful smile. I could tell that she appreciated my sympathy. I don't know why, but Rika-chan is troubled by something. It's a matter of life and death for her. She can't even talk to us about it. At the very least, she won't talk to me.
How was it, Keiichi-kun?
Is Rika-chan troubled by something? That doesn't happen very often. Satoko, this is going to sound strange, but is there any chance that someone is threatening Rika-chan's life?
What? What in the world are you saying, Keiichi-san? Rika-chama is the village mascot. People worship her. No one would ever try to kill her.
What's this? What are you guys talking about? The more I talked to my friends, the stranger it seemed that someone would try to kill Rika-chan. Everyone was even more confused than I felt. Rika-chan didn't talk to me about what's troubling her, but I'm sure there's something very serious going on with her. If she really trusts us, I'm sure she'll talk to us soon. Let's believe everything she tells us if she opens her heart. Okay? We all looked at each other and nodded. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo.
Faded Notebook 2, 3.
The Son of God promised that he would be resurrected within 3 days. Sinful men guarded his grave to make sure he would not wake up. But that was foolish of them. He meant that his spirit and his lessons would be resurrected, not his physical shell. Do not be afraid of physical death. If you achieve great things, you will live again. You will surpass death and become immortal. A demon took the Son of God to a cliff and told him to jump off. He claimed that if he was really a son of God, a miracle would help him survive. He tried to challenge the Lord. The Lord challenges humans, but humans may not challenge the Lord. To challenge is to suspect. Suspicion will speak words of evil into your ears, and it will make you falter. Do not doubt your own achievements. Do not doubt your own life. Do not doubt your contributions. Do not let others criticize your achievements. This is the same as doubting your own life. Hifumi T.
When I woke up, the first things I saw were Satoko on the calendar. The first one to wake up is supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the date ends up being 2 days ahead. Satoko likes to tear the calendar, and that makes her wake up early every morning. That would usually make me smile, but I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22 on the calendar. It's going to happen today. June 22nd. The day I die. Good morning.
Good morning, Rika.
Morning, you two.
You too? Are you still asleep?
Meep. There's someone else living in this house other than you and I. I just said good morning to that person as well.
Hey! Do not try and spook me like that!
Satoko won't be able to sleep without holding my hand tonight. Sometimes I feel like Satoko can see Hanyu, and it's as if the three of us are living together. That would be a lot of fun. It was time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today, I was going to die. Knowing that, I didn't even feel like going to school. The more I've repeated the same life, the more precisely I can detect my day of death. I always die on the day I feel this way.
Rika, we ought to get going soon.
I'm taking the day off today.
Rika, I heard from Keiichi-san. Are you troubled by something?
Kind of, but not really.
What else is there left to do? Today's the day. It's too late now. But part of me still feels like doing something. I've been in this world only a few days. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight, and other times I felt desperate and gave up. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when the dice all came up 6, a fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate, but here I am today, conceding to destiny. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together, but there was something he didn't teach me. He didn't teach me how to believe in that. If I don't believe that I can make a miracle happen, I won't be able to make even a crack in the wall of fate. It seems so simple, yet it's so difficult. I couldn't even decide whether I should be on the stage or stay off it and remain as a spectator. I told Hanyu that I haven't decided what to do after this world is over, but that's the spectator's point of view. For the people on the stage, this world is the only one. For them, the end of the world means the end of their lives. That's why they do anything to change their fate. That's why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough, because I always knew that I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who couldn't change her own fate. That's why I ended up here again today. It's as if I slacked off on my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. What should I do? Should I not work on my assignment knowing that I'm not going to make it on time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in big trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Miracles don't happen to homework. I have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved.
Rika, I think you should spend your day doing what you want to do. You can drink by the window all day, just the way you like doing.
You're suggesting that I shouldn't do anything since I know I'll get in trouble anyway? For Hanyu, it's not about the homework. It's more about the vacation itself. The vacation will be over, no matter how much I want it to continue. In her eyes, it's pathetic for me to make a big deal out of not completing my homework, and contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. On top of that, I'm saying that I might as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework, but I'm not taking that offer, not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, but also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I was going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing so much. If I didn't care what other people thought, I should have asked for their help in the first place. Those are the 3 options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. My 100 years were wasted.
Satoko, I'm not going to school today because I have a cold.
Is that so? Do you want me to take your temperature?
I need to rest today. Could you tell Chie that I'm not coming because I'm sick?
Rika, are you really sick? Keiichi-san told me that you were worried someone is trying to kill you. I'm very concerned. You realize?
Thank you. You should go now. You'll be late.
Satoko looked at the clock, then looked back at me again.
I'm very happy right now. I'm happy that I'm back with everyone, and that I'm living with you again. So, if I lose you, I'll be living in a very sad world. Just think about that.
The world without me.
Yes, the world without you would be a very sad world.
I've never thought about that. I thought that the world ended when I died. I've never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern.
So please, take care of yourself. It isn't just me. If anything happens to you, everyone will be sad.
Satoko.
Rika, I'll leave you alone for today, but please talk to me if you have something on your mind. It's kind of upsetting how you won't talk to me.
Satoko seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I know what she's trying to say. I realize how selfishly I've been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play, but it's too late. It's too late now. Satoko left the house in a hurry. Hanyu and I were left alone inside the house.
I can tell you want to be alone. I'll disappear until you call for me.
Thank you.
You're still yourself, even after 100 years. You're not a 100-year-old transcendent. You deserve to think about your life as a young girl. I don't want to force you to think like a grown-up.
It's not your fault, Hanyu. I was just being arrogant.
Call me if you want to talk.
You're not crying anymore? You're not going to beg me not to give up on life?
You're a stubborn person. I know it's better not to be too persistent with you.
After all these years, you know me very well.
I know you're already aware, but let me say this. Today is the day. Do your best. No matter what you do or don't do, this world is going to end today. But if you wish for it, you'll see a brand new day, just like when morning comes. You might find yourself back in June of this year again, but it will still be a brand new day.
When I was younger, every day seemed so boring. Every morning, I thought the same things would happen again after I woke up. This just means that it'll end up being true.
Let me tell you, to just live this day productively. I'm not going to say anything else to you.
I knew today was the day, but it's still difficult to hear that from you. It's going to come to an end again, huh?
Yes, it's going to end again, just like always.
Hanyu disappeared and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework knowing that I'm not going to make it on time? I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed my life more too. I don't mean that I should have lived my life in blind optimism. It means that I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it will be over. Today, I will live. That's a very important phrase, but it sounds meaningless when I say it, because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. While Satoko was at school, I washed the dishes. Hanyu would usually stay with me when Satoko wasn't around, but she's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. I never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I'm going to die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? That's because I'm thinking about Satoko, who will have to move on with her life after tomorrow. I'll encounter a new Satoko in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Satoko told me earlier. After I'm dead, I wonder how Satoko will move on with her life. The worlds that I've left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Satoko will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Satoko and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. I'm feeling like this because I don't want to leave this world. This is the world that I've always wanted. It's my hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world. But I was able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night. The night of Watanagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally saved Satoko, and all of our friends assume that our happy life has returned. However, I'm going to die tonight. They'll mourn for me. We worked so hard to make a miracle happen, but they're going to lose their happy world in just one day. Am I going to start a new life in the next world as if nothing happened? I lived 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days were going to pass in this world. That's no good. I can't think straight anymore. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing from my eyes. I hugged Satoko's pillow and cried. I could smell her scent. After I die, Satoko will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else going to cry for me too? I'm sure they will. And they'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad not because I'm dead, but because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. I wonder if they're going to feel regret. Will they wonder what they could have done to open up my heart? What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble? Will they wonder what they could have done to save me? I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Satsuko's pillow and continued to cry. And the next moment, I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver.
Hello. This is Okanoki Gardeners. Is this the Furude residence?
Okanogi. It was Okanogi from the Mountain Dogs. It was the first time I'd received a phone call from him.
I'm calling because I have something urgent to ask you. I called the school, but they told me that you're sick today. You feeling alright?
I'm not alright. This is the day that I die. I knew he had no idea, but I still couldn't help but feel upset. It's only a cold. I just want to rest today.
Really? Well, that's a very fortunate coincidence.
What? I had no idea what made him say that he was glad I got sick. Why is it fortunate for you if I'm home?
Well, we got a tip from Tokyo that someone's planning to murder you.
What do you mean?
Tokyo was investigating the murder of Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Their investigation concluded that there's a high possibility Dr. Irie is pulling the strings.
Irie is behind everything? This is the first time I've heard something like this. This isn't something that happens at random. It's the very first time. That means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something that I did differently in this world. I've done many things differently in this world, though. I can't tell which decision led me to this result. However, maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okanoki continued to explain to me. There had been budget cuts to their research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Irie was strongly against that, because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. Because they were going to cancel their research, he tried to sell the research data and make a lot of money off of it. Is that really true?
I know it's hard to believe, but it is. that he was kind of suspicious myself.
I think I can say with certainty that Irie is not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy. He doesn't even have the guts to be one. He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he can't shake his regrets. He's simply a nice person. It's hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. I'm starting to be suspicious of Takano, but she's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okonogi works for Takano. That means I can't trust Okonogi. In other words, I can trust Irie because Okonogi is clearly just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. Yet it always seems to me as though Takano and Tomitake and Irie were good friends. If Tokyo had suspected that Irie was embezzling money from them, Tomitake would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tomitake of Tokyo didn't have a bad impression of Irie. The Irie of the Irie Institute and Tomitake of Tokyo were good friends. Tomitake of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Takano of Tokyo and Okonogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate, but Okonogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. This doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance, but the links don't connect from start to finish. Irie thinks he has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Irie? That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop.
Tokyo is conducting further investigations at the moment. We also have information that Irie is trying to use you as a bargaining chip. For that reason, we've been told to tighten up your security starting today. That's why I'm glad that you're at home right now. There are 20 security guards patrolling the Furude Shrine in 3 shifts. You may not notice, but they're there for you.
That's a lot of security. How long are you going to guard me like that?
Until Tokyo feels you're no longer in danger. Until this whole case is resolved.
That should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That's why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally, but that arrangement is just like Irie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end, but when you trace it the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have a few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Irie have strong ties, but they're suspicious of him? Is Irie actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive? And is she the one who killed Tomitake? Those questions and more made me uncertain about accepting any help from Tokyo. I'd thought Tokyo as a single organization would move with a single intention, but in reality, they have multiple, different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple... what's the word? I see it in the political section of newspapers all the time. Right, factions. Are there 2 factions in Tokyo? One that wants to remain friendly with Irie, and one that looks down on him? That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oishi too much. If he hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I have believed Okonogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Even without Oishi's theory, Okonogi still sounded very suspicious. Irie was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomitake wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Irie isn't the type of person who would commit embezzlement. He's a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher, but that only goes as far as common sense expects any researcher to. It's nothing like the criminal aspirations that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the mountain dogs were going to be guarding me. This is what I'd been wanting in my previous lives, but for some reason I couldn't be happy about it. I couldn't help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty birdcage, then they'd be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. I tried to recall more about Okonogi. The mountain dogs have been protecting me for years. Okonogi proved his skills in many of my other lives. To them, I'm something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster. The Irie Institute's there to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control, and the mountain dogs are there to protect me from evildoers. So why would they try to betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I can't feel comfortable with the protection of the mountain dogs alone. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me. But I bet such a person wouldn't believe me. Wait,
What about Oishi? I've been keeping in touch with Oishi since the other day. He still thinks that the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa are all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The mountain dogs hate the police, though. When I asked them to assassinate Satsuko's uncle, they refused because he was being watched by the police. I'd feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way, the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, if my suspicions towards them turn out to be baseless, more protection couldn't hurt. I'm sure that double security will keep me safe. I understand. I'll stay home for today.
Yes, please do. And please don't go out into the city and try to pick a fight with delinquents.
Meep. Sorry about that.
Anyway, please take care of yourself.
I have a cold, so may I at least go to the clinic?
You never know what might happen, so please don't go near there for a while. I don't want them to inject you with anything suspicious.
Idia would never do anything like that.
That's what we want to believe. But you need to be careful of him until things are cleared up. So I have no choice, huh?
No? You've totally picked up the local dialect, Okonogi.
I used to have a normal Tokyo accent. I like to think I can fix it when asked, though. After all, it's my job to blend in with the local culture.
I finished speaking with him. As soon as I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number to the Okonomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. It felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I want to stay in this world. I don't want to leave this perfect world. I'm trying to do something because I don't want to die. I'm trying to live with all my might. I'm trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively, without drinking wine until I was drunk.
I have to say, by the way, like, just because we're getting further away from it, I didn't really have, like, a time to naturally, like, pause. But, that whole, like, I don't want to get into it too much, I guess, but, like, reading that bit as a kid where Rika is talking about, like, you know, obviously it's abstracted by the sort of, like, whole time loop mechanics thing, but when she's talking about, like, oh, what would happen to my friends if I weren't here? Like, what would they do? What would their reaction be? How would they feel? That, yeah. Reading that in middle school was, you could say, very impactful for me. Anyway.
Hello, Zoishi. Sorry for the wait. I was getting ready to leave for Gifu Prefecture. I was gonna browbeat them until they owned up to botching the case.
Gifu. You're talking about Takano's body?
Yeah. My colleagues are convinced that the body's Takano, but I'm still not satisfied. That's why I'm going there myself. If that body isn't Takano, this is gonna be a whole different story. We can put out a search for her as a material witness, see? Fortunately, I have a lot of connections in the Gifu Police Department. I'll go have a nice long talk with them.
It looked like Oishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. If that body really is Takano, that would be sad for her, but it would give me reason to trust the mountain dogs. If that's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, it will give me some kind of hint. But only if I'm still alive. But really, it's unfortunate. Oishi is leaving for Gifu. He can't be around to protect me. Oishi, some stranger called me today. I don't know who it was, but he said he's one of the villagers.
He didn't tell you who he was? I see. Please go on. What did he tell you?
He told me that someone is going to kill me. He said that he'd kill me tonight at the earliest.
Is that true? I see. That's not outside the realm of possibility. I see. I have to leave soon, but I'll send some officers over there. I'll tell them to keep you safe. You're home right now, right? You have a cold or something? Just stay home and lock your doors and windows. I'll send someone over immediately.
What's wrong, Oishi-san? You'll be late for your appointment. Just got a call from Rika Furude.
Someone called to warn her that she was going to be murdered. Someone is trying to kill Rika Furude? But why? I thought she was like the village mascot. Might be a warning for contacting me about the incidents in the village. I don't know if they're really trying to kill her. She's just a young girl. I'm sure she's very frightened right about now. Plus, if we lose her trust now, that might hurt our relationship in the future. 2 or 3 officers are enough, but please send them over at once. Also, get a hold of the local officer and have them reassure her some. Yes, sir. Rika Furude might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa.
Oishi... Oh, wait, that's not his POV, it's just regular narrator. Oishi couldn't let her die.
We should head back to Hinamizawa as soon as we get the Gifu Police Department to spill the beans. This is going to be a pretty tight schedule for our business trip. This will be a piece of cake.
This is Skylark. A local police officer's on the shrine property. He's heading towards R's house.
Roger. Continue observation.
Oh wait, it should probably be the other way around.
Encountering R. She let the officer inside. R called the Okonomiya Police Department. She requested protection on her own.
Did she tell them about us?
She told them that she got an anonymous call. I'm sure that's made up. The Okonomiya Police Department's sending a few more officers to her location.
What? Doesn't she trust the mountain dogs?
This is trouble. It's gonna prove more difficult to continue the mission.
Is it possible that she somehow found out? Well, we're probably safe. Just tell the team to be aware of the officers. We don't want them to become suspicious of us.
Roger. HQ to all units. There are police officers around the Furude Shrine. Please be mindful of them. We may have to postpone tonight's mission.
I'll call her, but I'm sure the Major will order a go anyway. Everything's already set up for R to be discovered dead tomorrow morning so we can move to the next stage. But we don't want the police to suspect us. If they start suspecting you, just leave quietly.
Oishi had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. I decided to make up a whole story. It'll be all over if they check my call history, but I'm sure Oishi won't bother doing anything like that. He thinks I'm worth protecting, because I have information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him pretty well. More officers are coming here from the Okonomiya Police Department. The officer told me to relax, because he'd stay with me until then. Oishi must have thought that I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. After about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plain clothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box.
We've heard the whole story. We'll guard the shrine, so please call us if something happens. Detective Oishi will be here this evening.
I was relieved to learn that Oishi would be coming here. Thank you very much.
At least one person will be downstairs. I'm sorry, but is it okay if we use your restroom? Also, will you give us one of your spare keys just in case?
Sure, you can use the restroom too.
My house is on the 2nd floor of a storage building. The 1st floor contains emergency supplies for the village. I'm happy to know that at least one police officer will be there for me. The officers confirmed their positions on the map of the shrine. 1 will be in the storage building and 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. In my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. I'm sure it's because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Satoko. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Satoko's uncle was a necessary event. If Okonogi was right about Iria, he wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okonogi is the bad guy, they'd be discouraged from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still going to be killed tonight? I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle, as hard as possible. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about. Hanyu, are you there? I'm here. What do you think about all this? I have to admit, I've never seen anything like this before.
Is it still wrong for me to expect something different this time?
I'm not going to hope for anything. I'll just have to accept whatever the result is.
Hanyu was still acting like a bystander. I knew she was going to say something like that. But part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. Upon hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed and wondered why Hanyu refused to be anything but an onlooker. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way, because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a similar being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times, and my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So, is Hanyu the same way? Are you also afraid of being hurt? I've only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that, since she's lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence, but except for the fact that she's invisible, everything about us is the same. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way.
I've been living for longer than you. I know that there are more sad things than happy things in this world, and that your hopes will always be betrayed. That's why I don't want to be hurt anymore.
So you're not expecting anything from this world either? I still have hope that this world might be different. But you think I'll just be killed again?
Oh, that's not what I'm thinking.
Hanyu looked uncomfortable. She had doubts that I'd be killed, had no doubt that I'd be killed again that night. That's what it means to not have hope. But she can't own up to it, because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings.
You're the same as Satoko. You're waiting for some stroke of luck or some miracle to come and help you. You're afraid of fighting. You think that being patient is the same as being strong. That's how I was until just a little while ago.
Hanyu looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I had said. I know that you've heard it over and over. Whoops. Miracles will not happen unless everyone works together. That means you have to believe it too. A miracle will never happen unless everyone believes in it. What I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh to her. I stayed quiet, and Hanyu continued to look at the floor, shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes.
I can't even touch people or talk to them. You think I'm just like everyone else, even though all I can do is watch? Do you understand how it feels not to be involved in anything? There was a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyu's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. Let's stop this. I don't want to have a fight with you. I don't want to spend the rest of the time I'm alive in an argument. I don't want to argue with you either.
But let me just say one thing. You're my friend. I don't want my friend to tell me not to expect too much out of my life.
I'll apologize for that. But you should try respecting my opinions too.
She can be very stubborn sometimes. Hanyu seems weak on the outside, but she actually has a very strong moral code, one that she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being very honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks that I'm going to die pitifully. That's why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. She's been living too long and lost all of her hope. Hanyu told me to call her if anything else happened and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around. She's probably still watching me, as if she's watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? It's been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine. I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Satoko. Should I write down some recipes for her in the notebook? Will she be happy if I leave a will for her? I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. If I die, they'll be devastated and wonder why I didn't talk to them. That's exactly how I felt when Satoko didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Satoko even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections. It's fine if I'm murdered before Satoko gets home, but if I'm murdered after, then would they kill her along with me? I don't want that to happen. It's bad enough already that I end up killed. If Satoko is murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. Just how much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try and reduce the silence, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanyu and my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3 p.m. School should be out soon. I'm not there today, so they probably won't do a club activity. Satoko should be home shortly. It seems like I'm going to survive until she gets home after all. If she comes home and asks me what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. That's why I've never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger. But if Satoko was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we're doomed to share the same fate. It's better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what's going on. But I'm under very strict security right now. I might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Satoko about it. It won't be so easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprised yell of Satoko's coming from downstairs. She'd returned. It sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in our home. I'd have to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I don't know how to explain it to her, or how much I should tell her. However, my thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Satoko hadn't come home alone.
I'm home! Hey, Rika! What's up with that officer downstairs?
Why is that guy guarding your house? What the heck did you do?
Mi-chan, that's not the right question. What happened to you? What happened to you, Rika-chan?
There were some strangers on the shrine grounds, too. Are they also police officers? This isn't normal, you know.
We don't know what's troubling you, but we're all here to cheer you up. It looks like something bad is going on.
I couldn't stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush into my house all asking the same questions. It made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time.
Rika, what on earth is so funny? You need to explain to us what's going on.
There's nothing to explain. I'm getting murdered today.
What? Everyone already knew that I'd been telling people about how I was going to be killed, but they weren't surprised to hear it from they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth.
Hey, Rika-chan! I heard that from you yesterday. You told me that you think someone is trying to kill you, but I thought that was one of your jokes then. Now though, you're not fooling me anymore. You have to talk to your friends.
Keiichi spoke with a harsh tone, as though I'd made him upset. As my friend, he must think that it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only one feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces.
Rika, everybody here saved me. I want to do something for my friends as well.
I'm glad to hear that.
Remember what you told me. You told me to have the courage to fight. But just look at you. You're not even fighting yourself.
Satoko pointed out something that I've already realized. I had no way to argue back.
You told me that you'll put us all in danger by talking to us. But all of us are already involved, no matter if you talk to us or not.
That's right. We're your friends. If you're in danger, all of us are in danger too. When Satoko was in danger, we all fought for her, remember? It's the same thing.
If your life is in danger, then I think it's time for the Sonozaki family to step in. We're way more reliable than the police. Isn't that right, sis?
That's right. You have to talk to us. What kind of trouble are you in? Who the hell is threatening to kill you?
Based on how you're acting, I assume you don't even know who it is. If you did know, it wouldn't be as big of a problem.
Meep. You're all so smart. You know everything, even though I haven't talked to you yet.
This is not a time for jokes, Rika. You must talk to us. What's happened? What's this all about? You don't call the police unless you're really in danger, no? How dare you talk to the police before talking to us?
Is the cause something you're uncomfortable talking to us about?
Rika would never have any issue that would be uncomfortable to talk about.
Calm down, Satsuko. Rika-chan's the leader of the Furude family. She's worshipped as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama in this village. She might have been in trouble for a long time, even though we didn't know about it. Maybe she just didn't want to talk to us about such trouble because we're all trying to have a fun life here in this village. That's probably what it was, right?
So it has something to do with Rika-chama and the village? It must involve those crazy old people who worship Oyashiro-sama.
So it must have something to do with the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I know. I bet it's related to what happened to Tomitake-san and Takano-san.
Why would Tomitake-san's murder cause Rika-chan's life to be in danger?
That's way too big a leap.
It's crazy just to think that someone is trying to kill her anyway. Rika-chan is bound by more obligations than we know, and she probably couldn't talk about them. I'm right, aren't I? It's not a very fun topic, which is why you couldn't tell your friends, right?
I cannot believe this. Is it really true, Rika? Is it really true that you're involved in Tomitake-san's murder case?
I remained silent, but with my mouth open. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask and eventually hit the nail on the head. It was more surprising than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me, but they stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seemed so foolish now. And so, I decided to just tell them everything. If you want me to talk, I will. But I'm sure you won't believe me.
We will. As long as you tell us the truth, we'll never doubt it.
Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so, I'm going to tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not. In that case, I'll tell you. I think I'm being targeted by the same person who killed Tomitake and Takano.
Then, are they the true culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths?
I don't know about that, but it is possible.
I don't understand. Why would Tomitake-san and Takano-san's murderer also want to kill Rika?
Oishi thinks Takano is the culprit. Okanogi thinks that Irie is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I can't tell if it's Takano or Irie, but I do know that to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to talk to them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Irie clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. But who would ever believe it, if not my friends? You'll all be in danger if I talk to you about this. Are you sure you still want to hear it?
Of course. If you're in danger, we're in danger.
Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words. Well then, I'm going to see how everyone reacts. I'm going to ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain. There's a disease unique to Hinamizawa. I'm not sure what it's officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome. Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It's the general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onigafuchi. The villagers believed that they'd be cursed by Oyashiro-sama if they left,
and people who did often came back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness. But during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture. It was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's the result of some kind of physical disorder, and it causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are 3 categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance-induced, substance abuse-induced, and chemical imbalance-induced. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain, from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influence on the mind. The last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We've all experienced the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Everyone should know, logically, that they're the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body as necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When that gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to have not only a physical sickness, but also a mental sickness such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. We get mentally ill when that meat is defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there is a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that if its hosts stray too far from home affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oyashiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onigafuchi village knew about this syndrome. They knew that they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and an extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you will developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oyashiro-sama says the blood of humans and demons was mixed together, and that Oyashiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd be cursed if you didn't follow Oyashiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oyashiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. This is what was meant by the scripture in Oyashiro-sama's legend that said that they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part, the rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oyashiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were probably performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are 2 main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community, so that people wouldn't suspect each other. Since the terror of Oyashiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashiro-sama isn't even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore, and is only worshipped as such in Okinomiya's Hirasaka district. Now for the other condition. This one is much clearer, and was practiced much more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However, long ago, they would fall ill as soon as they left the village.
Hey, by the way, remember how at the beginning of Onikakushi, after having moved to Hinamizawa and been living there for a few months, Keiichi went to a funeral out of town? Just reminding you.
It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It was also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days. Oh, she's literally bringing it up. For a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. That's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time and kept on apologizing over and over. Although, no matter how much she apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oyashiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed on as advisors to the government since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideals, blowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. This secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I knew for sure was that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to indirectly influence the government and vast assets that meant that they could work from the shadows. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was also a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Whew! Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self. But it didn't totally become a shell. It culled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continued to believe that Japan had been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number 1 priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So they enlisted one young researcher, Kyosuke Irie. I need to make it clear that Irie isn't some far-right supporter of this secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. But researching the disease would mean he'd end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young. With his other option being wearing down his youth working hard at the night shift for a local practice, he wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease, and he developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, manage the research process, and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease exists at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare, and owned by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. This was a worldwide trend since the Cold War. Everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police had been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened when Rena laid siege to her school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport too, and they later changed their name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes that they can't use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. So, in 1977, they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their Special Task Force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known special forces units in Japan. When they hear a phrase like Special Forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist, and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the helicopter squad trained in gun battles was headed there, but was recalled because the suspicious boats sank. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentions the SST or any other special forces unit. All of these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. But since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, these special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on Irie's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believed that the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things that Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. With the spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide since they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demoned away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. The last important person is Jiro Tomitake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outlined requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Irie, too. He also got the observation report on Irie from Takano. That was his purpose. Irie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. Their research made rapid progress after that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like their voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders in shadows behind Japan's government who ruled from the center of Tokyo began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. It's still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambition to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities towards the economy, international affairs, and education. That doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research. But for the present-day Tokyo, Idie's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in his project, and they announced that they're going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, Idie objected to that plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Okanogi was talking about. Idie is in disagreement with Tokyo. Idie's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's even starting to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Idie's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with Idie through Tomitake, and they decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease and destroy all research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so Idie accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, Idie considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and Idie agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Idie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting that they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that Idie is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomitake, and as her trump card, she's going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly members of Furude family have the blood of Oyashiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that Oyashiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease. However, that's actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens, to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oyashiro-sama, and the coexistence of humans and demons, is that Oyashiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to Idie's research, Rika is adored by the whole village not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Idie says that this is done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Idie calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to the people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen, not from the village itself. Idie's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa, and infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value this village placed on the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving in the priesthood. Although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. If all of this is true, then the question is, what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village? During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo, not only because Irie found many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. It would happen too fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They will be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. This is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That's why Rika Furude is the trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tomitake, was found dead of the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered. Though I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I've suspected Irie and Takano, this was my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. About the questions that you guys are asking right now, I have something that I actually want to say about this in particular, but I'm gonna wait until we get to the end of the stream to do that. I would just say, think about that particular point a little bit more deeply. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. It's possible too that Takano is the victim and Irie is the bad guy. The mountain dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in which case I could rest assured with the fresh, unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. I thought I was just thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I'd never have thought that it would make such a big difference.
Meep. And that's the end of my story.
As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. That's only normal. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person.
Satoko, we go to the clinic every week to help with Irie's research, right? We're actually not just helping him. We go there so you can get treatment.
I remember. You told me that Satoko is ill.
Me? As you said, it's not only me, but the whole village that's infected with this disease. Why would I have to take the shot every day and not everyone else? I thought it was just a new type of vitamin that the coach is developing.
At one point, you were a terminal patient, Satoko. That's why you need 2 shots every day to keep your symptoms under control. Irie is very passionate about saving you, but he still can't find a better treatment than that. Don't think he's not still working hard to find a cure, though.
Don't you joke around. I thought we were getting financial support by aiding his research. I don't want to get those shots every day for the rest of my life.
Satoko looked upset that she had been completely ignorant of all of this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Her fake laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. Keiichi opened his mouth to speak.
So, if she misses a shot, she'll react like she did the other day?
There was a day when she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated, and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. Once she feels that way, there's no turning back for her.
Yes, she will. That's why I tell her to be sure to take her shot every day.
I don't believe you. What do you mean I'm a terminal patient? Why me exactly? I refuse to believe it. When did I even become so sick?
Satoko's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Satoko is starting to remember something she's not supposed to.
I'm sorry, Satoko. You don't have to remember. That was just an accident. It wasn't your fault.
No, this is a lie. You're just lying to us.
The others probably had no idea what Satoko was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends. Rena gently touched Satoko's shoulder. She gently touched mine, too.
We believe your story, Rika-chan.
Thank you.
And you've been carrying such a heavy burden for a long time. I'm proud of you. You've been struggling all alone to this day.
I never thought Rena would say something like that to me. My eyes were filling up with tears.
It's difficult to have a secret that you can't tell people. Mine was hardly a big deal compared to yours, but I can still sympathize with you.
I agree. You've done your best too, sis. I often shift the blame onto you to relieve myself so I can tell.
You're all going to believe my story?
Of course. We said we'd believe you. It's a bit of a relief since a lot of my questions about this village are answered now. So, is everyone in this village infected by that disease, that Hinamizawa syndrome?
Yes. Everyone is infected. But unlike hundreds of years ago, this disease is much weaker now. That's why people can survive even if they move far away or go somewhere far for a trip.
But some people still get sick, right? I'll never leave this village again.
Even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself. It's very simple, yet very difficult. If you think you might be suspicious of someone, don't be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it will be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, we'll never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant to the disease.
I see. Then we should be fine.
Yep, we're friends, and we're family. We would never suspect each other. I'm gonna believe everything that you said today. You couldn't talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs would hurt us, right?
I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room. But if Okanogi overhears this conversation, they will definitely kill not only me, but all of my friends tonight. That's true no matter who my enemy is.
Well, sounds as if we should all get ready for a battle. Let's sum up the story. Someone might come and kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction in the village. Is that correct?
They'll definitely come for me.
Are you sure? Will they get rid of their trump card that easily? She's quite right. A trump card's like a pile of gold. Isn't it better to keep your hands on it?
Satoko's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. But think about it, Satoko. If you have more than one trump card, you'd want to play one of them right away.
That's true. It's more effective to have more than one hostage. One hostage is not as valuable as many of them. Anyway, we don't know anything for sure, and that means we can't be too optimistic.
Everyone nodded in unison.
What do you think about the mountain dogs? Do you think they're our enemies?
That's not even a question. They're like wolves trying to watch after the sheep.
Just think of all suspicious people as bad guys. We need to seek help from someone who has nothing to do with Tokyo.
I agree. I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police. Oishi-san's on our side, right?
Yes. Oishi doesn't know everything yet, so he thinks that the culprit behind the curse of Oyashiro-sama's targeting me. I think you should talk to Oishi-san too. We need help from some adults.
But that's pretty risky. What if they don't believe her and step away from the investigation?
We should still talk to him. He said that he's going to retire this year and that it's his last chance to avenge his old friend. I'm sure he'll believe any story, no matter how wild.
Yeah, he might even believe it if I told him that aliens were in charge. Well, actually, he didn't believe that part, but I just wanted to give him a little bit of shit for last arc. Anyway.
He helped us when we were trying to save Satoko-chan too. I think he'll remain on our side.
Okay, let's talk to Oishi. Where is he now?
He's out in Gifu Prefecture. He went to check on Takano's body. Oh, she was found in Gifu, right? Burned to death inside an oil drum? Why does he have to go there directly to check on her? There's a possibility that it might not be Takano's body, but the Gifu Police Department isn't being very cooperative.
You said that the Mountain Dogs specialize in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right? That corpse is pretty suspicious. I don't think that she's the kind of person who would die from just being burnt a little.
It's still possible that Iria is the bad guy and that he killed Takano. That's what Okanogi tried to make me believe.
I kinda doubt that the coach is the mastermind. He's just not that kind of person.
I do agree. He's very nice as long as you don't let him talk about maids.
As the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters, I also think Coach is innocent. He's more like someone who could be easily used. Maybe he's too good of a guy.
Well, seems like everyone suspects Takano-san.
Well, you're just saying. If we compare the coach and Takano-san, you know?
Takano-san would be pretty upset to hear that.
Everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they're after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible that they'll all get involved in this mess, and they know that. That they could still laugh is really significant, I think. I started laughing along too.
It's odd that Takano-san's body was found in Gifu. Somebody wanted to make it look like she killed Tomitake that would hide her body somewhere nobody would ever find. Burning her body in the middle of the woods is just like begging people to come across it.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like they're trying to force an unidentified body to be Takano-san just because it was found outside the prefecture and the police here can't investigate further. That's the specialty of the Mountain Dogs, right?
I think it's pretty obvious at this point. The Mountain Dogs are working for Takano-san, right? And the leader of the dogs is saying that the manager is pulling the strings. I bet Takano-san and them are working together.
Tomitake-san died the way he did so that Coach would be suspected. But Tokyo is the only organization who would suspect the Coach. They also found the body of the true mastermind, Takano-san. Tokyo will suspect that the manager killed both of them. I see. This is a well-planned setup, though it's not perfect.
It sounds like the Mountain Dogs are setting the Coach up.
Well, I think we should talk to Coach directly. That's the best way to go about it.
That's a good idea. I can tell if he's telling the truth or not, just by looking into his eyes. Yeah, you're good at that, Renaissance. The Mountain Dogs are also running security on Irie right now. He might not be able to get on the phone.
What? That sounds even more suspicious. I hope the coach isn't in any danger right now.
Me too. If I was a member of the Mountain Dogs and I was gonna set him up, I'd kill him before he said something I didn't want him to say.
A dead person can't say anything. Huh. Oishi will return as soon as he takes care of business in Gifu. I don't know what time that will be, but he'll be here for sure. As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 p.m. and starting to get dark.
No wonder I'm so hungry.
We'd usually call it here if this was a normal day. But everyone decided to stay until Oishi came back and discussed what to do. Can I use your phone, Rika-chan? I need to call my dad and let him know that I'm going to be late tonight.
I need to call my mom too.
If I have to call Granny and tell her to order something for dinner tonight.
You'll be in big trouble later. We have to get something to eat for those officers, too.
We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs were empty, after all. The same should be true of those officers, too.
Are we going to order something too, Rika? I don't feel like we have that kind of money.
Satoko, why don't you cook a stir-fry for everyone?
What? I can't. I've never cooked for this many people.
Satsuko stir fry? I'd love to try it as long as there's no fingers inside.
Satoko-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to.
At that point, the phone rang.
Hello, this is Furude speaking.
Oh, glad to hear you're still alive. It's Oishi. I've finished up everything at Gifu and I'm heading toward Okonomiya right now. I'm calling from the gas station.
What about Takano's body?
We did it. We were right. Gifu made one incredible easy mistake on their paperwork. What a stubborn bunch. I really had to let them have it, let me tell you.
Jetty Reel with the Canadian $2, the fate that awaits this poor delivery man. Oh, no, I didn't want to be wrapped up in this, too. Get in the house, sir. You know too much now. Just like a guy standing there with a randomly standing there with a pizza, like, oh man, I don't want to be involved in a government conspiracy.
Takano and her vehicle is still missing. She may have some information regarding Tomitake's murder, so I've just issued a search warrant for her. I'm getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I'm gonna solve this case!
Oishi sounded so motivated. He'd finally found the hint he'd so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though?
I'm looking forward to hearing your story.
I'm heading to your house with Kuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know. You can talk to me about anything you can think of.
Yes, I'm ready to tell you about everything.
Oh my! I look forward to hearing it. I should be there in about, an hour. Sounds crowded over there. Your friends there with you?
Yes, everyone came here to offer their help.
I see. You've got some wonderful friends. It's probably better for you to stay with them. Good way to keep the criminals at bay. Right. We're heading out. I'll see you soon.
Is that Oishi-san?
Yes, he's heading this way with that other detective.
Oh, this is the first time this room will have so many people inside it. How many people will it be? There's 6 of us here, so 8 people? I do hope our floor won't break.
Oh, I'm the 9th person. Hanyu, were you listening to us? This is turning out to be very interesting. Do you think it'll be different this time? Yes, I'm sure. This time is different. Don't say that you're sure. It would devastate you if nothing ended up changing. So, Hanyu, you still think I'm dying today? I don't want you to die. I know what you're thinking. You don't want to believe because you don't want to be hurt. That way you'll never be let down. I'm not going to listen to your opinions anymore. You just stay there and watch like the bystander you are. Yes, I'm just a bystander. But I'm still rooting for you. Rooting for me? Thanks. But are you sure you want to root for me? Are you sure you won't be hurt if I lose? Oh. Don't be mean, Rika. He had a rather harmonious mood going. However, a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us.
I'm getting hungry. Want to grab something on the way? Yeah, that's right. It's almost 8 p.m. We had a late lunch today, so I didn't realize. We can go get something after we finish hearing her story. You've sent 4 officers there. They're probably pretty worn out by now. Hopefully Furude-san ordered them something to eat.
Oishi and Kumagai had passed through Okonomiya and were getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets.
Wonder what Rika Furude wants to talk to you about. Probably something outrageous. That village, used to be called Onigafuchi Village. I took the name Onigafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp. And like an abyss, it's hard to know its depth, huh? What are you planning to do about her protection? Depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location. The whole of Hinamizawa is like a lion's den. You never know what can happen in that village. For now, we just need to hear what she has to say. The head of the Furude family is in danger, and the successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her. Who would even be capable of killing Rika Furude under those circumstances? The only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family. I've never heard of them getting up to anything fishy. Guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village. Wonder what secret lies at the bottom of that swamp.
The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomitake's murder.
Takano left Tomitake there, and I'm sure of that, but I wonder what he actually died of. Forensics didn't find any drugs in his system, did they? They didn't find anything, but that doesn't prove it either way. There are hundreds of strange chemicals in this world. There's no proof that a drug wasn't used. Must just be one that we're not aware of. I'm sure of that. There must be some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their throat and die. I'm gonna grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest. Of course, it'd be easier if that's what Rika Furude is gonna tell me. Guma-chan, you must have learned exactly how false charges are made, seeing what happened to Gifu today. That was horrible. If that guy was at our station, I'd never forgive him. He flat out refused to admit he made a mistake. The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced the body belongs to Mio Takano. We'll operate under the assumption that she lives. The top of the department will make the final decision. It's obvious that they made a simple mistake. They're just desperately covering it up because they'll be in trouble if they admit it. They really need to rethink their attitude.
The car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. At that point where the gravel road begins, you're officially in Hinamizawa. They continued to drive through the woods for a while.
Guma-chan. Stop the car! What?
Oishi had to tell him to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats.
What's wrong? That car over there. I wonder what it's doing.
Oishi tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight.
Strange that a van's out here at this hour. Surprised you even saw it. It's like I keep telling you. Detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings. Wonder what he's doing there. Is he dumping something illegally? Is he dumping someone's body? Maybe it's a pair of lovebirds on a secret date. Well, that can't be it, judging by the van. Hello? Okonomiya Security, do you read me? Good evening and good night.
This is Okonomiya Security, reading you loud and clear.
I need a license plate number scanned.
No doxing? The fictional license plate will not be revealed?
That's, XXXXXXXX?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it probably should be a little bit more distinct, but, okay. It might take a while.
Well, wait. Oishi-san, according to this map, there's a facility of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here. What in the world is a facility of the NTT?
It was listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work, but either way, it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there.
But that's just an ordinary van. Doesn't look like it belongs to the NTT. If it is them, shouldn't their name be on the van? Maybe some other company's contracted to do it. Anyway, we should just go and ask.
Oishi wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do maintenance so late at night?
Let's go and check what's going on. Furude-san's waiting for us, so we need to be fast. Yes, sir.
His well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. He had a strong sense that something was suspicious, without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' character with that sense.
Nightingale 2 to Nightingale 1. A vehicle stopped nearby. 2 people got out. They're probably police officers. They're approaching and will make contact in less than a minute.
It was pitch black, yet they could see the two newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope.
Roger. Attention all units. Nightingales 2 through 5, wait for the green light. Nightingales 7 and 8, make sure the surrounding 100 meters are clear.
Roger. Nightingale 4 and 5, do you copy? Nightingale 4, roger. Nightingale 5, roger. Nightingale 7, roger. Nightingale 8, roger. This is Nightingale 1 from HQ. Nightingale from HQ. There's been some trouble during the modification of the phone facility. There are 2 police detectives. We request clearance to open fire. Roger, wait for the order.
By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars, and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and a spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They had all taken different positions so that they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The snipers' rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. The detectives found the fenced-in machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign that was saying that it was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away.
Hello? Good evening. Sorry, but could you step back? We're in the middle of a maintenance operation.
There were 4 men working there, wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some wires.
Sorry to interrupt. We're from the police. We were wondering what you guys were doing, since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here. Good evening, officers. We're almost finished here. Who are you guys? You're not from the NTT, are you? Oh, we're not, no. We're from Okanogi Electrics. Oh, sorry. I'm out of business cards. Okanogi Electrics. Where's your office located? Well, it's in Okinomiya. Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? What do you want to know? You forgot. The telephone number. You forgot the telephone number?
Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. Their response was very suspicious. Usually, the vehicle of an electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside, and it looked like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. But this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound nor look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious, but he had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote down the number so he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real.
We're not doing anything suspicious. You guys are all very suspicious. Who are you? If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that. But you don't have anything. Besides, everything about you seems off. Officer, please don't cause us any trouble. Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here.
Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd be cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started.
It's pretty obvious that you're lying, son. You should have studied the role a little better if you wanted to pretend to be an electrician.
Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mountain Dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions and gave them a big wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons they had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then, in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with.
HQ to Nightingale 1. You have permission to fire. Nightingale 7, clear. Nightingale 8, clear.
The sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back toward their car. The safety, that last line protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless, for as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life.
Nightingale 1 to Sniper Team, all green.
Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the sound of the jump rope that he used as a whip when he was little. And that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. He didn't even twitch. Oishi was lying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning in his own blood.
This is Okonomiya Security. We've scanned the license plate number. Detective Oishi? Detective Oishi, please come in. Huh? Did we lose the signal or something? Detective Oishi, come in!
He's not answering. Oishi-san wanted a license plate number scanned? Whose car is it? It's just a villager's car. No one special. Who is it? Must be someone suspicious if Oishi-san's asking about them. Really seemed like nobody out of the ordinary. No accidents, no tickets. Probably got pissed off after the car passed him or something. He can be a stubborn guy sometimes.
This is Nightingale. Both targets eliminated. Resuming the mission.
Roger. Be sure to dispose... Well.
Roger. Be sure to dispose of their vehicle. Major, Nightingale just terminated 2 officers. They're resuming their mission.
Sweet dreams, Oishi-san. Too bad. He was getting so close to catching me. Can I get a cup of coffee?
Absolutely. This is getting complicated. There are still several officers at R's house, and her friends are there as well. R must know that she's getting murdered tonight. Someone's leaking information. I think we should postpone the plan.
We have to have her corpse by tomorrow. That's what's most convenient for the people in charge. We have to execute this mission tonight.
The crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital.
Maybe she's panicking at the dog's excessive security?
No. It's not that information is being leaked. She's predicting it. She knew that Tomitake was going to die, and she even knew how my body was going to be found. She's the queen. She's the genuine heir to the blood of Oyashiro-sama, her priestess and the queen positioned at the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomena. It's impossible to hide things from God. Assassinating Rika Furude won't be so easy. All right, Rika-chan. Let's see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Oyashiro-sama. Your death will be the final curse of Oyashiro-sama, and it will mark the finale of this legendary village. When that happens, my plan will become the real curse.
It was now past 8 p.m. Mion ordered some noodles for us, her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. We were supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, assuming they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late. Once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. I'm sure they are having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seemed anxious. They all had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be out here. They're hoping that Oishi will bring other officers to relieve them so that they can go home. They called the station, but all they said that was Oishi was on his way. And we should wait, because he'll be here soon.
That Oishi sure is late.
I'm sure he's stuck in traffic. It's still rush hour.
Those officers have been here since this afternoon, right? They must be tired by now.
I know. It sucks that they don't even know when they can go home.
Should we patrol outside so that they can get some rest? We can have Satoko set up some traps to prevent strangers from coming in here.
Good thinking, Shion-san. However, just think. This is our house. We already have several traps set up around this place. Really? We should be careful when we're around here.
With our stomachs full, the mood in the house had returned to a light-hearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. But he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Mion mentioned he may have gotten stuck in traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me it'd take him about an hour. And it had now been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat on the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. The officers are completely exhausted. They had even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Satoko is yawning. It's way past our bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I can feel my fear succumbing to sleepiness. Today's almost over. I'm going to survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does that mean I escaped my deadly fate? No. I'll have to fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was going to discuss that with Oishi. Since he's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence.
Is that Oishi-san?
Hello. This is the Furude residence.
I'm sorry to call you this late. This is Komiyama calling from the Okinomiya Police Department. By any chance, is Detective Oishi there with you?
No. We've been waiting for him for a long time.
I see. We'll send out more officers, so will you tell the ones there to leave once their relief comes?
Okay, I'll do that. So, where is Oishi?
We got a call from him this evening saying he was heading there directly, so we thought he'd be with you already. The officers were supposed to return after Oishi arrived, but they haven't come back, so we were wondering what was going on.
That's what I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. It looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone.
I wonder what's going on. He's way too late.
Maybe he ran into some important case he had to take care of.
He would have called us if so. He told us that he was on his way. I think he'd call us if something was going on.
Was he attacked by Tokyo?
No way. But if they're really as scary as Rika-chama told us, that might be possible.
He probably had something to take care of. I bet he forgot to call us. Remember, he's a tough guy. No one can take him down that easily.
I do hope that he gets here soon.
Satoko yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. We can't stay up forever. We decided that we'd call it a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure I survived past the time I was supposed to die. That's probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the mountain dogs are also on my side and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who's changing my fate. Maybe my fate hasn't been changed, and I'm going to get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the mountain dogs, but the only thing I do know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon, I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel in the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him and be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanyu.
Good evening, I'm Komiyama. I'm from the Okinomiya Police Department.
It wasn't Oishi. 2 of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. They were going to stay downstairs and have the 4 officers return home. They also told my friends to leave.
We'll stay here to protect her, so please go home. Your families must be worried about you.
Thank you so much, everyone. The detectives are here, so I'm okay now.
You sure? We'll stay here tonight if you like.
I'm fine. Besides, I don't have any extra pajamas and blankets for you guys. See you tomorrow, then. We'll try and stay with you as much as we can from now on. How about we do club activities here after school?
That would be wonderful.
My floor might break with all these people here.
It might really break.
Well, Rika-chama, we're going home now, but be careful.
Do not go out alone in the dark under any circumstances. Now be careful.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Yes.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Am I really going to see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I've tried so many things over the past 100 years. I've done many things, and I have memories of most of them. That's why I feel so scared on the day I die. It's the only day that I have no memory of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. As I started getting ready to go to bed, Satoko suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes, rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed, just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to. Satoko seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that strangers will end up trapped if they tried to sneak inside this building. To someone else, it might sound like she was trying to brag, but Satoko was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, she noticed how scared I looked. Satoko's kindness, and everyone else's kindness. I feel it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends, even if that won't end up changing my fate.
Rika.
Hanyu showed up again. She looked upset, so she was probably still thinking that I could get killed at any minute. But I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely at least tonight. I'm more concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, the other detectives are here, and will stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight. What's wrong? Are you hungry? I didn't eat anything sweet today. Do you want me to drink some juice? Hanyu would usually cheer up when I suggested drinking some juice, but not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened. What's wrong?
It's almost time.
That sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even Hanyu doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she can tell when I'll be killed. However, she sounded so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel it in the very cells of our body. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Up until now, I felt reassured that we could get through it somehow if we're all together. But as I clung to that life preserver with a hole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe! It's okay, Hanyu. I'm going to fight. Even if I get killed tomorrow, I'm not going to die tonight. Hanyu just gave me a look of faint sadness. That silence told me that my pitiful hope was about to push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Satoko as she continued to brag about her traps. If I'm getting killed shortly, Satoko won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her talk about traps. The time was 1 a.m. As it's hardly a big city, 1 a.m. in Hinamizawa is the middle of the night. The darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking out from the first floor where 2 detectives sat on guard, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct.
It's time. 2 detectives are downstairs. It's been more than an hour since the light went out above them. Awaiting orders to begin the attack.
What a beautiful night. You have permission to engage.
Should we terminate the detectives?
Yes. Everyone in the Furude Shrine will be demoned away tonight. It's better that way.
HQ to Phoenix. Commence the mission. Terminate the 2 detectives. You do not have permission to fire. I repeat, you do not have permission to fire your weapons. HQ to Nightingale. Phoenix has commenced the mission. Shut down the phone lines. Roger. We're shutting them down.
They'd been working to disable the phone lines just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into.
Let's begin. Phoenix 1 to all units. Be prepared when you enter. Terminate the 2 detectives on the first floor and the 1 companion on the second. Do not leave any evidence. Do not fire your weapons or use any gas. Use your tasers. Remember, they have guns. Do not let them fire.
Come on. Don't embarrass me, Okanoki.
Just doing my job. Phoenix 7 and 8, advance forward. Backup teams secure the perimeter.
Roger. We're heading in now.
The two men in uniform slowly approached the building. The Mountain Dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with their surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they looked suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. They could both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rika would typically use this sliding door to get inside. That door was locked, but the Mountain Dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. They pushed the key into the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice them the minute they did that. They'd have to rush inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenix's 7 and 8 glanced at each other.
This is Phoenix 7. We've arrived at the target location. Waiting for your command.
Takano here. Make it nice and clean. Go ahead.
Roger. We're breaking in.
He turned the key in a hurry and opened the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open and the two Mountain Dogs had stepped inside. They had aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter were still turned around. In a fight like that, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. The detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were connected via wires to their attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those two had weren't ordinary guns. They were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, they shot out electrical needles that electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Normally, they would be non-lethal weapons that allow the shooter to capture their victim without harming them much, but their tasers had been modified. The two dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed the detectives were no longer breathing. But in the next moment, they heard a loud noise above them.
This is Phoenix 10. R and her companion have noticed us. They just jumped out from the second floor window. They're running into the forest. Attention, Phoenix 4 and 5, they're heading your way. Capture them! Roger, let's go!
Phoenix 4 spotted the two girls and started after them, but he suddenly stepped on something hard. With a cheap-sounding explosion, the area was filled with smoke. That was the trap Satoko had set using firecrackers. That had proven to be a very fortunate idea. The Mountain Dogs dropped to the ground, assuming that they were under fire. That gave Rika and Satoko a chance to escape.
Who are they? Are they the organization from Tokyo that you were talking about? I think so. Just run! We're dead if they catch us!
What's going on? What was that noise? This is Phoenix 5. Someone was shooting at us. R has escaped. We'll continue the pursuit. Shit! They were just some firecrackers! Damn it!
That must be Satoko-chan's handiwork. She's pretty good.
What? Hurry up! Don't let them escape inside someone's house!
This is Phoenix 18. I've spotted the target. I need some backup.
They know this area very well. If we don't get them now, we'll definitely lose them.
This wasn't a game of hide-and-seek. It was a game of tag. Several men in uniform were chasing after Rika and Satoko. They weren't idiots, so they didn't waste energy on a futile act of shouting, "Wait." This was a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night.
Where are we going? Let's split up and try to shake them off. We'll meet at Mii's house. Her basement will be safe, and we can contact the police from there.
Satoko had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. The next moment, I felt my left foot catch on something, and I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete.
Rika! Get out of here, Satoko! You'll be killed!
But Satoko wouldn't move on without me. She came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. I didn't know what to do, but Satoko, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Satoko ran toward him and kicked him with all her might. Her foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. But there were two more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from that landscape company. They're wearing the same uniforms Okanogi is always wearing. They must be the Mountain Dogs.
Now I'm certain that Takano is the culprit. And now that I know that, I can do something about it in the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Satoko took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. It was something like sand and it blinded them. However, even that could only buy us a few seconds. Satoko tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. Their stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Satoko, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Satoko tried to attack them instead. Of course, there are 3 of them. Most would think it was impossible to drive them off, but Satoko didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run. Then she might as well fight back, because she has a 1% chance of defeating them. Satoko is determined to save me, even at her own expense. But I can't stay in this world if it means losing Satoko. I'm dying anyway. I'd rather die for Satoko's sake than lose her. But another me was shouting in my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Satoko behind? That's right. I should use this experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let go of her in this world. No way. That really would make me a witch. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. I'm sure their backup will get here if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her? Or should I leave so that I can confront my true enemy?
Well,
Satoko! Satoko's bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in this same June. I can't leave Satoko! Satoko! I'm fighting too! Rika, I told you to go! I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Satoko. There must be a reason why they can't shoot me. So I stood in front of Satoko to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down and prepared to take us out without weapons. You guys are the mountain dogs. So Takano's behind this? Yeah. I'm so stupid. I know who you are, but I chose not to run. I'm not going to run, even if you're going to kill me now. Someone once told me that fate can be destroyed as easily as a piece of paper. They must think that this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished. You people are pathetic. That's why you will never kill me! The next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Keiichi had run toward him and kicked him from behind. Keiichi had kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other 2 tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Mion grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and flipped him down to the ground. It must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Rena tried to push the remaining dog down with all of her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. He tried to aim his gun at Rena, but she had already done what she was supposed to. All she needed to do was get his attention. Shion had snuck up behind him and fired her stun gun into his neck. The stun gun made a snapping noise, and the dog fell down to the ground with the rest of his friends. Wow. Kasai told me that this was illegally modified, but it works pretty well. Shion, hit this guy too.
Are you guys okay? That was close. You ran so fast it took us a lot of time to catch up.
I'm really glad we stuck around. We were waiting out here in case anything happened. You mean you stayed out here without going back home? Yep. I saw someone who looked suspicious staring at the shrine when we were leaving.
I'm really surprised you saw him in this darkness. Neither lies nor camouflage work on you, huh?
so, figuring he would leave if they spoke to him, they secretly staked out that suspicious man. They'd started following us as soon as they heard the sound of the firecrackers.
I never expected I'd be saved like this.
We can't stay here any longer. What should we do now?
We were trying to get to Mion-san's house. You have a basement there, apparently.
The underground storehouse. That's a perfect spot. We've also got some weapons inside there.
Shh. Don't say that out loud.
Anyway, I think that's a good idea.
There's several secret passages in there, so we can get the drop on them.
Come on, let's go! They're still after us!
A white van was approaching us at high speed. It obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us, and more people in uniform jumped out. There were at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught. So we should take them all down while we can. I don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Shion know how to drive a car. We can take their van and get away from here.
There's 6 of them. That's perfect. Let's beat them unconscious and steal their van.
That's a good idea.
Let's go get them.
The mountain dogs were ready to chase us. They had no idea that we would try and attack them instead. Ren is always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. Another one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in the side as hard as he could.
Hey, Rena, watch your back!
I'll leave that to you, Keiichi-kun. Please look after me.
I'm kind of curious about what you were like back in Ibaraki. You sure don't hesitate to punch people. And you don't hesitate to zap people with an illegal stun gun. Given that Shion had the stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. But thanks to that, Shion had stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Satoko attacked him from behind. She encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled. Shion followed up, quickly hitting him with their stun gun. And yes, that is true, Rahela. Fun fact, in the anime version of this scene, Keiichi has Satoshi's bat and Rena hits people with the blunt side of her cleaver. Which I actually think is a really good addition. I like it quite a lot. This scene in the anime, like this whole bit in the anime, is actually pretty good. Like, the anime actually does a really good job with this scene, and in fact, we'll wait until later to talk about it, but there's actually one difference in this scene in the anime that, I can't believe I'm saying this, I actually think the anime does that scene a little bit better than the novel, but we'll talk about that later. What was I doing during all that? The only thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me after all. They want to catch me more than anything else, but that leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi had already hit the one trying to grab me. I think we have a chance here. We may not be able to take all of them down, but we can try to find a chance to escape to their vehicle.
With what Rika-chan said, I thought these guys would be really strong, but they're not that bad.
That's just how strong we club members are. Not being afraid's probably the secret to strength. Sis's club activities are practically training you to rid you of your hesitation.
If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. If any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it! The dogs Shion took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. This isn't the time for me to just be running around. Fine. Let's see what I can do.
Rika!
Hanyu, I know you still can't believe in hope, just like always. Stay there and see what my stubbornness can do. I'm going to change this fate. I'm going to do it right here. Let me show you what I'm capable of. All right, everyone. We're going to finish this right now. Take down whoever's in front of you. Then we're going to grab their car and get out of here. Yes, I'm going to do this.
You go, Rika-chan. All right, let's go!
On Keiichi's signal, we attacked 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. Time gradually slowed down. I truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further, until it stopped. What's going on? It felt like the film reel of a movie had gotten hung up partway through. Like time itself had come to a standstill. Hanyu? What's this all about?
The time has come.
What? Why? Wearing a sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Keiichi. I finally noticed something.
All my friends had noticed already, except for Keiichi.
Keiichi, what's that floating in front of your chest?
What do you mean? Huh? What is this?
Time had stopped. Just when Keiichi was about to hit his opponent, he then realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. That was the first thing I could think of. No. Keiichi-san!
What the hell is this? Is this a bullet?
That's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest, just before it would enter his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it will slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Keiichi will immediately die when time starts up again.
Who shot it? Those 6 guys didn't have any guns. Look! Over there! By the van!
Satoko couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. We could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. That person is someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano.
It's Takano-san. She shot the gun? She shot Keiichi-kun?
In the frozen world, Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired her gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all.
I see. I get it now. So Takano-san was the bad guy all along.
What are we going to do? Keiichi-san, can't you try and twist your body to avoid the bullet?
Don't be stupid! Time's totally stopped. I can't move at all.
Then try moving right as soon as time starts moving again. That might make a difference.
Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. However, no matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Keiichi started to laugh.
I really don't know what's going on. But there's nothing that can be done. I'm dead the minute time starts moving again. Even if I don't die, I won't be of any help to you guys anymore. So listen, just give up on me. You only need to think about taking these guys down and getting inside of that van.
Never. You can't die! I don't want to lose you! Honey, were you telling me that this is my fate? Are you saying that there's no way to overcome this? It's okay, Rika. You won't remember this. You won't.
No! No! Keiichi-san's not going to die!
Stop it, Mi-chan! Let's concentrate on taking them down. I'm sure Keiichi wouldn't want us to spend time turning back to him as he falls.
That's exactly how I feel, Rena. Guys, take care of Rika-chan. Get out of here and contact Coach. They probably killed Oishi-san. That's why he never showed up. Listen, promise you'll all survive. Promise me.
Keiichi!
Rika-chan, I'm sorry. I'm the one who told you that we could change destiny. But I'm going to have to retire now.
It sounded just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I'd ever heard. Are you ready to let go of your life now?
Takano-san, we haven't lost just yet.
Done watching your life flash before your eyes? The silence suddenly ended, and the clamor of reality returned. An explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. I watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me.
He fell down on his back with his blood splattered everywhere, and after that, he stopped moving. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. We tried to take down the foes in front of us, but more came from behind. We tried to struggle as best as we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as if I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my ears. Rahela waters with the $5. Then the festival will begin as flames of friends flicker out again. Takano to HQ. I've taken care of it. I need what I told you before. I also need someone to clean up the bodies. Send me 5 bags and some water to clean up the area. Understand? She needs 5 bags. My body froze up, but time did not. Takano, laughing, pointed her gun at Mion's head. Hey, are you kidding me? I've always wanted to see the tattoo on your back. I'm going to take a peek at it later. Sure. Have a look if you want. It's nothing special. Oh? You don't think I'll find it interesting? Stop! Don't shoot her! Takano shook her head in response to Rena's scream. I have to kill her. She's the leader of your club, so she has to go first. No. Stop! There was a dull noise, followed by Mion's body twitching. We all tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong, and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. She then stepped towards Satoko, but Shion started screaming curses at her. My. You want to be shot before her? You could have stayed alive a few more seconds if you were nice and quiet. Stop it, Shion-san! Don't agitate her like that! I know why she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Satoko for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her to do. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion. I get it now. You killed Satoshi-kun, didn't you? Isn't that the truth? Sorry. I don't like giving out secrets, so I'm not telling. Shion's body twitched. That had followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Just 2 dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. It didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives. Is that amusing for you? To take away innocent lives? You monster! Oh, so you want to die next? You were going to be the last one if you stayed quiet. Keiichi, Mion, and Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Rena. Rena didn't want to see Satoko and me die before she did. So you were the culprit, behind the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Do you think you're Oyashiro-sama's proxy or something? I'm not a proxy. I'm handing out divine punishment. It's too bad that you're not going to see it. Soon enough, Oyashiro-sama's wrath is going to destroy the whole village. But I'm the one who's going to make that happen. It's my curse. Yes, I'm going to become Oyashiro-sama. I'm going to become something more than human. You'll never understand how I feel. You'll never understand how wonderful it is to become a god. I don't think that's possible. No matter how much you try to become Oyashiro-sama, it won't work. It's just a game for you. You'll never become Oyashiro-sama. I will. The process has already begun. Rena laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh. What's so funny? It's impossible. Because Oyashiro-sama's already here. Those were Rena's last words. Well, it's your turn now, Satoko-chan. I don't really care if you live or die, but you're a living research sample. Tokyo has a bounty on capturing you alive.
But it's not very much. My share would run out with just a trip to Europe. If I capture you alive, nothing good will happen to you anyway. They'll probably open up your skull and probe through your brain while you're still alive. Besides, I was your friend. I think it might be kinder to shoot you dead right here. Which would you prefer?
I can't decide that.
Satoko shouted back at her. Her eyes were full of tears. Let's do a quiz then. Broccoli or cauliflower? Which one's green?
It's no, it's broccoli.
Pow. As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Satoko stopped moving. Takano smiled and said, "Good girl," to what used to be Satoko. This really is such a lovely and beautiful night! Don't you agree? So, you're going to kill me too? Yes, I will kill you. The corpse of the Queen Carrier is the key to this mission. You're going to become an ugly political tool far away in Tokyo. And then the legend of Onigafuchi will finally come to an end. I know how you're planning to kill me. Oh, you do? Let's hear it. I'm not going to say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi, using my body. I'm sure she's planning to cut open my stomach and pull out my guts. To do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part. Guess you already know. Good night, Rika-chan. One of the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance. Wait a minute! Takano! Everyone's dead, but you're begging for your life? That's not it. If you're going to kill me, do it without putting me to sleep. Takano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Hanyu was also surprised to hear that. It would obviously be a terrible way to die. What are you thinking? Wouldn't you prefer an easy and painless death? You know it's going to be horrible, right? I'm going to cut open your stomach while you're still alive. I don't want to forget about it. Yes, I'm doing this so that I'll remember. I'm not going to forget about it. The picture of you cutting open my stomach will be forever burned into my soul. I'm never going to forget that. Next time I see you, I'll remember that you did this to me. What are you cooking up in your little head? I guess you're smarter than the other kids. At least you get to have a chance to scream for your life. I'm not going to let you do that, though. They forced something other than the handkerchief inside of my mouth. It was a gag. With that, I couldn't close my mouth, leading my saliva to start overflowing. Soon another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. They had probably come to get rid of the bodies. They grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. They asked Takano how many shots she fired, and she started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all the evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no more proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp, and I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered so I couldn't even talk. I couldn't move, talk, or express myself in any other way. They'd taken away everything that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was just a toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give Takano joy. The car started moving. It seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. As the time of my death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this. So many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Somebody rubbed my head. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try and refuse. They laughed at me as I did so. Rika. Rika. Hanyu showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears.
Again. It didn't work. Again. It didn't work again.
When I saw Hanyu's painful tears, I was convinced. I was wrong. Hanyu is not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too, but her hopes were betrayed countless times, and she was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place. It's okay, Hanyu. We did what we could. We worked very hard. We were getting so close to changing our fate for real. It still didn't work out. But for some reason, I feel satisfied. I've never fought this hard in my life. I've never learned so many things. Because I can repeat my life endlessly, I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else is taking their lives seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. But I finally understand. I learned something from this life, and I put all my effort into it. So, I'm sad that I didn't make it, but I feel satisfied just the same. It's a strange kind of satisfaction. I wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense that I'm going to lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case, I'll lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I finally found out that Takano was the mastermind. Am I going to repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face. Hanyu, I'm not going to give up. I don't care if I can't recall this memory. I'll continue to live my life. I don't care if I can only live in this June, and that eventually I'll only be able to go back to the night of Watanagashi. If that's my life, so be it! I'm not going to forget either. If you don't remember, I'll tell you the truth. Hanyu, I knew it. You acted like an unfeeling bystander, but that's because you were afraid of the pain.
Give me just 2 seconds. I have to answer a message real quick. Well, actually, hold on. Sorry to do this real quick, but I do have to just step away from the computer for just a minute, but, like, it won't take me but 2 seconds. One second, chat, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Apologies for the pause.
I also want a happy future with everyone. Hanyu started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyu, are you happy that this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped, and the two men pulled me out of the vehicle. We had returned to the Furude Shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Nearby, there were countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They're going to first cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all of my clothes. They left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not going to forget this. Everyone worked together, and we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget about this, my friend's efforts and deaths will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can so that I will remember this pain. Hanyu, don't look away. You have to watch. Remember this forever.
Please let us know if we need to bow out. I don't think they get into too much detail with it. In fact, we are basically going to like cut away to something a little bit, and that's important, so.
Oh. Is this really the only way I can help you? Is this all I can do because I can't touch or talk to anyone? That's good enough. If you continue to stare at me, I can endure this pain. Hanyu nodded and sat right next to me while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly, as if it's taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. That beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. But Hanyu is right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu, either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there watching me so I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. I didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This was such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. I'm disappointed. My future was right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself. Keiichi voiced his disagreement. He still felt that we could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough. But all of you worked so hard together. I was watching. I saw the whole thing.
But it wasn't enough. If we'd had a strong will, enough to overcome this fate, we should have created a miracle.
That's right. A miracle will happen if everyone believes in it. Satoko, Rika-chama, and everyone else worked so hard.
I'm sorry, Rika. You were brave enough to ask us for help, but I couldn't save you.
Satoko held my shoulder and cried. That's true. Everyone worked so hard, but it still didn't work out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I'm going to die again, but I've never felt so good about it. I've learned so many things in this world. Rika-chan, I know why the miracle didn't happen in this world. Rena spoke gently, but she wasn't smiling at all. Hey, did everyone really believe that we could create a miracle? If you're hoping for a future, but not everyone believes in it, then a miracle won't happen.
What are you saying, Rena? We were united. No one had doubts that we could overcome this fate. Right, Mion? Yeah, he's right, Rena. Everyone thought we could overcome it. Everyone believed that we could.
That's quite true. Even Rika believed in it. She finally believed that with our help she could change her destiny.
I believed in it too. But I think there was someone who didn't believe.
Who's that?
What? Who can it be?
Hey, you.
Rena turned to Hanyu and asked her a question.
Did you believe? Did you believe that we could overcome this fate? Ow. Even if you can't talk to us or touch us, you can still believe. If you'd believed in us, the miracle would have happened. Would something really have changed if I believed? I'm a powerless existence. I can't do anything. All I can do is watch and accept. You're saying that I could have made a miracle happen just by believing?
Yeah, you could have.
Keiichi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her, he was just stating the truth.
That's right. There were 6 of us, and there were 7 of them. If you'd believed along with us, we would have had numbered 7 souls. The miracle could have happened. You don't make miracles happen by touching something or saying something. You make them happen by believing.
Hanyu had realized that this ending wasn't caused by fate. It was because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept this fate. She started crying again.
We don't even know your name, but you still needed to be brave enough to fight this fear and pain. You needed to have the courage to defeat fate. If you'd have believed, we'd be moving on to a brighter future. If your refusal to believe in it is the sole reason we couldn't reach it, then the responsibility is yours.
Radical, is anyone else interpreting this scene as if Hanyu is the stand-in for the reader, or is it just me? I've also thought about that myself, yes.
It was hard to believe that Rena could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart. But those words were necessary for me and for her. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put it into action. People suspect others. They don't trust others. It's easier not to have hope. It's so difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen.
Don't you realize that I can't even touch people? Don't you realize that I can't even speak to them? You still think that I can make a miracle happen just by believing in something? Listen, you're talking to me right now. I've never talked to you before, but I always knew that you were there. I was always thinking about how I could communicate with you. I always knew you were watching when we were all having fun hanging out together. But even if I want to be involved, you guys can't see me or hear my voice. You'll think that I'm a monster or something. I don't want people to think of me as a monster.
We never think of you that way. If you're with us, you're our friend.
Yeah, we wouldn't call our friend a monster.
It's your heart that determines whether you're a monster or not. Right, Shion?
Indeed. I guess I'm more like a monster in that sense. You won't call me a monster? Even though I have horns on my head? We won't call you that just because of the way you look. They're actually cute, you know?
Watch out for Rena. She might try and take you home.
I realized then that I was standing with everyone, looking down at my own body. I see. I'm finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell.
Are you okay, Rika-chan?
Meep.
Don't you think it's a bit strange to ask that question to a dead person? Everyone smiled wryly. It's my first time feeling so much love in death. Everyone is already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly, the world got darker, and my body started to sink downward. I could feel myself disappearing. I still had the sensation of my friend's hands on mine.
Let's go. Everyone.
Yeah, let's go! You're also one of us. Come on, stop crying and let's go! My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Rena offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it. Hanyu, I don't know what sad experiences you had before we met, but I'm sure my friends will accept you. Is it still going to be fun if I'm involved? Are you sure they'll accept me? Yes, so come along with us. Rena touched Hanyu's hand. It felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. Let's accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? Yes, Hanyu said, with a definite nod. What's outside of the well? Is it something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? I'm going to fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world. Even if I get to the bottom of the well again, the key to my new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I can get out or not, I will eventually get to the new world.
Oh boy. Don't be fooled by the credit roll though, we've still got some stuff left to get to. We're not quite done yet. But, what an ending though. Man. That scene really gets me. So what was that about the anime version? Oh yeah, all I was gonna say about that was just that I felt like the scene with everybody getting picked off was more impactful in the anime because, first of all, they don't do like the whole, like, I get what Ryukishi was going for, but they don't do the whole like time slow thing. They just abruptly cut to Keiichi being shot. It's a lot more sudden and like, yo, what the fuck just happened that way? And instead of everybody kind of like more or less getting killed all on the same spot, they basically like all do a thing where like the person who's speaking tries to stall for time so that the others can like run further into the woods. So like, you know, Mion would stay behind and be like, Rena, you take the kids and go. Or like, Rena, you and Shion take the kids and go. Then Shion would stay behind and be like, Rena, you take the kids and go. Then Rena like gestures with the hatchet and she's like, Rika, Satsuko-chan, you go. Like, you know, they keep passing the baton. And I honestly think that actually works a little bit better, like emotionally. It's a little bit like, you know, they're like struggling more, which I found pretty good. So yeah, the anime can get its rare W there. All right. It's time.
Emergency Manual 1. If the existence of a terminal patient, L5, is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation before the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden.
To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the L5 subject is alive, but if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and preventing exposure will be of the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix 9 FAQ. Q. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? Answer. Yes. Q. If an accident occurs and a hazardous material, the H-170 series, is exposed to the public, can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Answer. Yes. If an accident has occurred and the nature of the Institute is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making that decision? Answer. Yes. Q. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? Answer. The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as an approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it is required. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control, and the official accedes that this is the case, the IDEA Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline of how to execute that final resolution. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. The contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. If this manual is expected to be executed, the Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. The final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. The official explanation must be that there is a gas disaster within the village. The equipment for the operation will be stored in a vacant lot where Yagochi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach or internal escape, if they do not respond to the notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutting down communications. The Communication Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. They must take care not to fall under suspicion, and communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside of the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communications Sabotage Unit. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of the infected and confirm that everyone is present. Be sure not to allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personal belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all of the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all of the classified items, refer to the 193 items in the appendix, in the Institute in order to suppress all of the evidence. To refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff at the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution, as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Strict quarantine must be maintained of the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut, and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance to the area must be welded shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted, except in emergencies. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who was not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the infected may be shot immediately. However, if the survivor is willing to surrender, do not shoot, and instead take them into the custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit.
1 second, have to look at a text. A-tape it. Oh. Okay, sorry about that.
The unit must then terminate the captive, using the same method as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all operations, the Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They must be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until complete removal is finished.
The Queen and her carriers.
It is assumed the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There is a queen of the carriers of the disease, just like there is a queen ant, and this position has been passed down the line of the Furude family. This assumption is made based on the legends and ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. As ordinary patients will become ill when they travel far away from the queen, it's assumed that the further and longer they are away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well, and it's estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. It's believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms, but if the patient still shows no improvement, only returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from an extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems for their units. Records show that terminal patients appear even in Hinamizawa, and they will not recover even if relocated near the queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predict that should the queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is to treat them as an armed, anti-national uprising, and we immediately suppress them with the military.
Thank you, Windows Security. Please do not make noise while I'm trying to read.
January 1945. To Colonel Koizumi of the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. June 23rd, 1983. Document E4-20 for the 58th Defense Commissioner. And TACOM 733 Commander. TACOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed for urban suppression. The company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23, 1983. Document E7-11 for the 58th Director of the NIHS. Attention Equipment Testing, Company Commander 733. The National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department, Suite 13. Official seal omitted. About the Hinamizawa Syndrome. This is information regarding the Hinamizawa Syndrome. The Hinamizawa Syndrome is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable, or if the queen carrier dies. The main symptoms of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as this disease mainly affects the mind, as opposed to the body. In the end, the patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes, and they will claw at their throats or wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory notice for virus control. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. Therefore, no effective preventative method exists, and inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam, and those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids will cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use the testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it is likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If test results come out positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there is still no change in symptoms, seek treatment at HQ. Do not use C120 if the test results are not positive. If used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucination will be observable within 10 minutes. If this occurs, one must seek treatment at HQ. Government officials explain the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room adorned with a marbled table and crystal ashtrays.
I actually don't know if this is still part of a note, so I'll just read it without the filter for now. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. He'd never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. Yeah, this is not a note. One girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like that exists was surprising enough. But on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use, and now there was a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement.
I've never heard of such a dangerous disease. There's no cure for it? No. According to the National Research Center, they have recently found a method of treatment for the carriers of the disease, but they're still not capable of administering that treatment to the whole village. The entire populace is going to develop terminal symptoms within the next 24 to 48 hours. It's going to be a disaster.
The danger of this Hinamizawa syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief secretary. He didn't have anything more to say, but that didn't mean that he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers.
I understand the urgency, but I can't give approval to kill an entire village. Why was this disease being studied in secret anyway? Isn't this the responsibility of those who were funding the research? Such a dangerous disease can't possibly be of any benefit to this country. It's the year 1983 for crying out loud. According to these documents, they intentionally held off on exterminating the disease so they'd have more time to study it. On top of that, this chaos was all caused by a single researcher? This is an act of terrorism! It's the fault of those old men in Tokyo! They better take responsibility for this. Get rid of the people who were haunted by the ghosts of... Get rid of the people who are still haunted by the ghost of the war. This is a good opportunity to rid Tokyo of its festering pus. We'll discuss the issue of responsibility in due time, but we must make a prompt decision about this.
A man standing by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth.
Prime Minister, please give us your decision. What happens if I don't approve this final resolution? Well, almost 100% of this population in this village will develop terminal symptoms within 36 hours. They'll be overcome by persecution complexes, and they'll begin behaving violently. Suicide, murder, arson, robbery, and okay.
Maybe I shouldn't read that. YouTube. Well, I guess I read Erica's title plenty of times. Well, anyway. Let's not linger too much on that.
For some of the things we predict will happen, there will be no peace within the village. It probably won't stay within those boundaries either, but spread throughout the area. As a result, the whole world will discover this disaster. Sooner or later, they'll find out about this mysterious disease. This will be a great advantage for the opposition during the next election. Tokyo will also voice their criticisms of the Prime Minister. You need their approval in order to make your political plans come to fruition. More than anything, the government might reveal that this secret research was conducted for military purposes. If this happens, this country will have a crisis of faith in their leadership. What if I approve this final resolution? Well, we'll be disguising this as a natural disaster, so the opposition may still attack us for our blunder. However, they will not discover the existence of this mysterious disease. If by chance the world were to discover our military research of the disease, our nation would completely lose its initiative in the Asian region. Support from those nations is a necessity for us. If we lose their trust, the opposition will definitely come into power after the next election. Japan will be finished. According to our simulations, the balance of power will shift drastically if the second and third parties form a coalition government. The whole world will hold us responsible. The United Nations will accuse us of developing WMDs. Neighboring countries' governments will lead smear campaigns against us, drawing a hard line of anti-Japan diplomatic policies with high approval ratings. In every way possible, the government of this country will be burned to the ground. So we'll lose the trust of our allies, huh? Shit. So this isn't just a problem of several 100,000 people who live around the Hinamizawa area, is it? But it's way too difficult to cover up 2,000 casualties. The most important thing is to prevent the public from knowing that this country was secretly researching biological weapons. Guess we'll be wiping the ass of the ghost of the war. Oh wait, that was the Prime Minister. Sorry. It's just hard to keep track of voices sometimes with these guys who don't have sprites. Are you sure this operation can be performed secretly? If this mission goes public, there will be a greater scandal than the research itself. Yes, it'll be kept secret. These are special units working on this case. They're trained specifically for situations like this. You have nothing to worry about. I've never heard of any mission like this. But it's basically mass murder via gas, correct? I had no idea that there were units specifically trained for that. In order to know how to protect themselves from a gas attack, they must know what gas warfare is about. In order to know how to fight against an enemy using gas, they must also know how to kill with it. The equipment research unit's prepared for any kind of attack. He let out a small sigh. He couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Can any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? But that's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The Idia Institute was one such evil. So we have to make a secret decision in order to keep this research undisclosed. Approving this is going to make us guilty. Are you sure that information will not leak from members of this unit? That will not happen. The members were carefully selected from a group of extremely loyal men. We've never performed an operation such as this, but they're highly experienced, and they will not leak any information whatsoever. They're an assassination unit, huh? Prime Minister, please give us the approval to administer Emergency Manual 34. Director General of Defense, are you sure this operation will succeed? Are you sure we can stop this from going public? No. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? Yes, sir. The preliminary orders have been sent out and preparations are complete. We'll execute the mission as soon as we get your approval. I can't give the approval to slaughter 2,000 innocent people. However, as Prime Minister, I have an obligation to minimize the number of casualties. Prime Minister, I understand your dilemma. Director General, please make a concerted effort to minimize the number of victims. If these 2,000 people can't be treated, please do what's best to prevent additional victims. Yes, sir! Thank you for your approval. We'll return with positive results. That's if you can call 2,000 casualties a positive result. Okuno-kun, please set up a meeting with Tokyo as soon as possible. I have to hear an explanation directly from them. Understood. By the way, did they arrest that idiot, the institute director? No. He committed suicide by taking poison. He was in such a rage that his research was being shut down, that he felt as if his life itself was being denied. So, no one will ever really know what made him commit such a horrific crime.
The execution of Emergency Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister. Redacted. Director General of the Defense Agency. Redacted.
For logistical reasons, you may not bring any large items with you. You cannot carry any luggage. I repeat, you cannot carry any luggage. You may carry only valuable items such as bank books and cash. Please do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion.
It was the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them were locking their doors, some of them were watering their plants, and some of them were piling up their food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. The number of policemen and military units in the village, added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts that the villagers might have had. The more religious among the elderly were convinced that this was the curse of Rika Furude, who had passed away the day before. They were certain that Oyashiro-sama was enraged, and that the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center.
Why do you all have guns?
These are to protect your homes after the evacuation. We're expecting looters.
No one in Hinamizawa would do something like that.
This is the 1st platoon. The evacuation's on schedule. Roger that. We'll send our platoon over.
Excuse me, I need to bring along my grandfather's mortuary tablet.
You may take that with you. Please hurry up. Make sure everyone in the village is here. Please come forward if you're unable to walk. A soldier will come and help you.
Oyashiro-sama is angry because Rika-chama was murdered.
Oyashiro-sama, Oyashiro-sama, please forgive our sins.
Remember our emergency drills. Group leaders have to contact a town council member when everyone in their group has shown up.
My asthma's coming out of the swamp. Oyashiro-sama must be furious.
There are too many of us here. We'll never make it out alive. Let me die in this village.
Don't worry. The helicopters and buses are on their way to transport everyone to safety. You're all going to make it out okay.
Everyone gather at the forestry service.
No, not the people from District 4. You're supposed to go to the community center behind the post office. It's exactly the same as in the emergency drills. Please calm down and head to your evacuation point. Please move as a group. Every person matters. Everyone needs to stick together. You will get home safely.
The villagers couldn't see the expressions under the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding under there. The soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to their homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask, but the villagers never saw his tears.
Please go back. You can't take your own vehicle to evacuate. The road ahead is cut off by a gas stream and it's dangerous. Can't you smell the sulfur?
Some people tried to leave in their cars so as to take large items with them. However, the quarantine unit had sealed off all roads leading outside. The gas masks of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okinomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy, no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed that the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside, but all they could hear over the radio was loud static. It was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside of the village, so they really were totally isolated. And so, they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They were all like moths heading towards a light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered,
This is exactly how it sounded when the Americans jammed the radio waves during the war.
As it turned out, he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had all gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school and some were at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the number of evacuees.
Please close all of the windows to prevent the gas from entering. We'll be sealing the windows to be on the safe side. Your cooperation would be appreciated. All right, let's help them out.
People started to seal up the windows and vents with the duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening, even as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end to their night had almost arrived.
This is all Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rika-chama, Rika-chama, Oyashiro-sama, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama demoned away those kids at the Furude Shrine in his fury. The Furude Shrine was swallowed by the world of the demons that day. The demons chewed up her guts while she was still alive.
They all started saying that the gas disaster was caused by the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends and the 2 detectives were also the result of the curse. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friends' short battle sealed their fate for that night. The more religious villagers had become convinced that the children and the detectives went missing, because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. Not one realized that Keiichi and his friends' efforts had all been in vain. Indeed, in Hinamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oyashiro-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term the curse of Oyashiro-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oyashiro-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious.
Major, we finished gathering the villagers together. The last family has finally reached their assembly point. We just got everyone.
Good. This is finally it. The curse of Oyashiro-sama will become a reality tonight. For enacting Watanagashi on Rika Furude, Oyashiro-sama is punishing this village. The curses of the last 5 years are culminating in the biggest curse of them all. This is not just a mysterious chain of murders. This is divine punishment from an enraged god. Let's begin.
This is the company commander. The men are requesting 1 minute of silence. Can you let them have that, Major?
Do as you like. Takano gave him a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak.
Dear Heavenly Father, please guide these innocent people. Their sacrifice will save the lives of many others to come. Please forgive us for committing this sin. Please forgive us for being here today.
The company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing his sin, and continued to pray. Takano was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself.
For ye not know what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good men of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh.
One man heard her murmurs.
That's from the Gospel of Matthew.
Is it? My grandfather always said that to me. He was telling me to work hard every day because you'll never know when you'll be rewarded.
Is this a reward for you?
Yes, although you might never understand it.
Excuse my rudeness, but I believe that the descent of God is a merciful thing. I think what you're saying is inappropriate for a time like this.
He was trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible was inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she heard something very funny.
I'm sorry, but you have no right to judge. Tonight is the night where I become a god.
The moment of silence is...
The moment of silence has ended.
And with the end of the silence,
Execute the operation now.
the order was given in as hollow and reluctant a manner as an order can possibly be.
Now my ideals are complete. This is a literal utopia. Here I am, a god, and the curse engraved here will be passed on forever.
People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. The troopers closed the door of the classroom. The people inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. One old man walked up to the door to open it. Because with it closed, it was far too hot inside the room, but he collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him up, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was an odd sight. What would make for a good example? It would be pretty amusing if they were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched this strange event happen before their eyes. They opened those eyes wider to try and understand what was going on.
A god has reawakened from a long slumber thanks to the Dam War, who curses non-believers on the sacred night of Watanagashi. Year after year that god reawakened. The mighty Oyashiro-sama awakened, and so they regressed to their primitive fear of the curse.
The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all of the other rooms, too. It was happening in all of the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, and their futures were taken away so quickly and easily.
And nobody doubts the curse of Oyashiro-sama, perfectly revived from within the belly of its corpse, now resurrected into this world. When you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath, the cauldron of hell bursts open, overflowing, and those who flee will breathe their last breath. With that final judgment, the curse is finally realized.
There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone had figured out what was going on, broke the seal off the window, and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal on their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds.
What will be left behind when you die? The body will rot down to the bone and be crushed into sand. What more can you leave behind beyond fertilizer for the earth?
Someone escaped from the reception room. 4 people are loose.
You have permission to fire! Shoot! Shoot! Shoot!
The soldiers shot the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in the silence. It was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officers was one of the escapees. Officer, rather. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. His shots could be heard throughout the building. The soldiers ducked into the shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate, but that was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, but as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. The villagers had no choice. Either they'd die from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they'd find out about the mission and be killed.
What happened?
Oh, wait.
What happened? Did they fight back? Respond!
We've shot all the fugitives. One of the residential policemen shot back.
Collect those bodies. Do not put them with the other corpses.
The soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They needed to make sure that they were all dead, not just injured.
I will remain. A name, a great undertaking, a curse left behind. My presence will be forever deified in this land, And those who escape today's curse will be in awe of it. They'll pass that fear on to others. The memories of those herds of people will sublimate into me, and I will transcend.
This is the first platoon. The Forestry Service building has been sterilized. 4 escaped. We took them down. This is the second platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. More than 10 escaped. We're conducting a sweep. It will be over soon. This is the fourth platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. We've taken out all 13 fugitives. Sterilization's now complete. Roger. Start counting the bodies. Make sure the total matches the original number taken earlier tonight.
Takano was laughing to herself inside of the van. She didn't physically see all of those people dying silently. But she saw it anyway. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing even if they were. She was waving her baton. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of this silent funeral march.
Major.
Major, the sterilization's complete. We're going to reconnect the phone lines.
Sure, go ahead.
This is the Institute Concealment Unit. We've removed all the classified items and welded the entrance shut. We're currently flooding the underground facility. This is the Traffic Blockade Unit. Everything's proceeding as scheduled. This is the Communication Sabotage Unit. We've reconnected the phone lines. The telephone facility's back to normal.
Takano was paying no attention to these reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her.
You seem to be in a good mood.
Yes, it feels so good. I bet you can't hear it. This rhythm, this hymn that glorifies God.
A hymn?
Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide.
That's right! The hymn! A new god has descended to this village! There was no god in Hinamizawa. Oyashiro-sama was just a name. This was an old backwater village with no real god. But I brought a god to this place. Do you understand what that means? I bet you don't. How many gods in this world have the power to curse people? How many of them can challenge people? None of them. But I did it!
Takano laughed as if she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that.
A god is not a god without a curse. Gods are feared because of their curses, and they're worshipped because they're feared. That's the truth about gods! If faith alone is what creates a god, there's no need for curses. But the ancient gods all cursed humans. Then what is a god's curse? It's the proof that a god is real. Gods aren't gods if they don't curse people. I found evidence of the existence of God in this poor village. I thought this was a message from heaven. Hinamizawa was without a god for 100 years, until the end of the damn conflict. I believe it's been my mission to restore the god's existence in this village. Heaven supported me and granted me power. I've raised the bud of an accursed plant with the faint seeds of coincidence granted to me by heaven. And now this budding curse bears fruit and hangs ripe. Do you understand? Tonight is the night of the harvest. This is the final curse of Oyashiro-sama. And from this day forth, Oyashiro-sama will be a real god. You may not see it now, but someday you will understand. You'll see how grand this plan I accomplished was, how long it will be told in history, and how great I will become. God's curse. I make that curse happen. I am the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Worship me and be fearful! I'm creating not only death, I'm writing history. History will speak of this curse and remember my existence forever. I'm the curse itself.
I've transcended this flesh. My legend will endure forever beyond my mortal life. My existence is eternal now. Curse yourselves. And curse your powerlessness. Realize how great I am. I am Oyashiro-sama. I am a god now. My flesh may die eventually, but I'll remain in this world forever. I am Oyashiro-sama. This is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They'll worship, idolize, and fear me. When I move, they'll beg for no curse, no death. My work will be historic. My existence in the history of this curse will be told for ages. I've transcended beyond my body of flesh, becoming the curse. Even if this body decays, my work will remain in history forever. Now, I've gained immortality. Humans, flesh is your curse. When your body decays, you can't leave anything behind. Your malice, regrets, fear, and you'll know my greatness. I'll have become Oyashiro-sama. Now I've reached the realm of the gods. Even if my body is destroyed, what I've done here will be passed down forever. I've achieved eternal life. One last tip, I see. Let's get to that, shall we? And then the staff room. And then we'll be ready to talk. I think they chose that, like, they accidentally mixed up the achievement descriptions for that one, by the way. I think that was supposed to be on the staff room. But okay. This fragment's end. Phenomenal voice work as Takano Nezumi from Kizune Chao. Thank you. Oh man, that monologue. How long have I been waiting to do that monologue? How long? Dr. Henwick with the $15. The NezumiVA cackle is iconic. Thank you. Oh man, you guys have no idea. You guys have no fucking idea how long I've been waiting to do this whole bit. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's incredibly dour and, like, just, it hurts me to read through. But I was really looking forward to performing that part. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, final tip. I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle. But we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memory of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she's discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? Once you find out the answers, collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. But if you can't tell me if you can tell me how to have fun with them even so, that makes you pretty smart. What? You want to know what I play with? I don't play. I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them.
You found out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. You want to see what's on my mind? Too bad. I'm not showing that to you. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination. It's not for me to share with you. I'm sure that world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination. Even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983, I'm sure this now-ended world will remain as one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, if she actually overcomes her fate, it will be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika makes for a better story than my boring imagination. You want to know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with Hanyu. She's trying to live her life with all her might. That's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. I'm going there now to check. Do you want to come with me?
And staff room. Hi, this is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Kai, Chapter 7, Minagoroshi. This time around, the scenario was almost like the answer page in a book of riddles. Or maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside all the scenarios up to now. You can take it how you like. I just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing this scenario, because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. This scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. A book of riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. If there are no answers, you can't get any joy out of reading a book of riddles. I regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answers to for this series. Since this world had a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reached what might be called the right answer. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised when reading the story and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you've sent me. They were all wonderful theories, and some were thought out so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer. Wry laugh. Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I would like to apologize about how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. I don't know what it was like in 1983, but child consultation centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, the government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving them such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter, NezumiVA, is going to be the last one of the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi When They Cry, which turned out to be such a long story. I hope you'll continue your kind support. Thank you all very much. 7th expansion, Ryukishi07. I understand where my man is coming from. I don't think he needed to give them the kudos, but I imagine that he was just being polite because he used to work as a social worker as well, so he's probably just like trying not to throw people he worked with under the bus or anything. But I don't know, man. No, you were kind of cooking in the story. Stick to your guns, King. When was this released and when did NezumiVA release? Let me see. Let me double check. Minagoroshi was originally released, if I can get to the fucking tab, on December 30th of 2005. And Matsuri Bayashi, not images. Matsuri Bayashi was released on August 13th, 2006. So about, about 8 months later. Imagine if you had to wait 8 months after the end of this. Thankfully for you, you only have to wait a week before we start the next arc. Everybody say thank you, Marcy. Anywho. I'm gonna go ahead and put up the... Well, actually, I think it's only appropriate to change the outfit up a little bit. Anywho. Yeah, I think that's fair, Nozo. 'Cause I saw what you were saying earlier. I'm still not a fan of the answers presented here, but it is what it is. I hope episode 8 can bring an emotional conclusion that will really satisfy me, because ultimately the characters are the focus. I agree somewhat, because here's the thing, like, I definitely feel like, even as somebody who, like, will go on record and say that Higurashi is one of my favorite stories of all time, I also found the Takano reveal a little bit underwhelming. In some ways. But the thing about it, I can't say too much. There's more. I wouldn't, like, think of anything crazy, but there is more that I think makes the decision make a lot more sense later on. I still will say that, like, yes, she's absolutely fucking obvious. She's incredibly fucking obvious. From the very beginning, she's incredibly fucking obvious. But I still think that it's a worthwhile decision in the context of where it goes, if that makes sense. That's all I can really say for now. And yes, as you said, I think the characters and, like, their emotional arcs and all that are still the most important thing overall. Because I usually tell people, like, whenever they get into Higurashi, I'm like, if you want to try to solve the mystery, by all means, go ahead and have fun with it. But, like, Higurashi isn't a mystery story, quote-unquote, the same way something like Umineko is. You're not really, you know, like, you're not going to have, like, a similar experience in those regards. Which is why I always tell people who are trying to migrate over to Higurashi after checking out Umineko first to not expect the same thing at all. But I actually do think it is really funny. We're not going to get into it. I forbid the Umineko talk. We can't get into details, but I do think some of the things that Ryukishi said in that staff room in this arc were very funny, considering some of the things that he did later with Umineko. I do wonder how his trajectory and attitude on some of these things as a writer changed over time, and I think that's one of the most interesting and rewarding things about reading both works, is kind of seeing how they are in creative conversation with each other, and seeing the ways in which Ryukishi as a writer has changed in those respects. But yeah. Anywho, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I mean, like, I guess we're having quote-unquote, like, theory discussion, and there are obviously still bits and pieces of information that have not been revealed yet. It's not... I'm not going to say that, like, okay, now we know everything, no more answers left, because clearly there is an entire arc left. It's not just going to be, like, it's not going to have no information. But, that being said, I feel like there's still only so much that you can theorize on. So I understand if we're not going to have that much to talk about in that respect. we're kind of nearing the point we were during around this time in the Umineko streams too, where like most of the post-stream discussion becomes more discussion than actual theorizing. David J with the $10. Thank you for your incredible work as always. I'm always in awe of your skills, and you knocked one of the best bits out of the story out of the park as usual. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, we will talk about a little bit about some of the things I wanted to mention earlier as well in just a minute. But you guys, put your stuff in the chat while I pull up art, and we will get to that in just a moment. Thank you for your patience with some of the stalls earlier tonight as well. I appreciate it. Cha-cha. Oh man. Oh, this art. Oh man. Oh, my emotions. Okay, putting that there. Going over to the Discord now. Stream art. I will also say on the note of the whole Takano thing, I do think it is still really funny, and I was really, I was laughing my ass off at some of you guys earlier in this arc, because a lot of stuff leading up to this point makes Takano look really suspicious. I thought that it was really funny that you actually started to see some, quote-unquote, positive sides of her toward at the beginning of this arc, and kind of some of you started to be like, I mean, she's a weirdo, but maybe she's not a murderer. I was like, aw, man, she fucking got you. she fucking got you at the last second. Which was really funny for me. Quick question as I'm scrolling through the art channel, by the way. Chiyoko, do you want me to show the sketch that you have now? Or do you want me to wait until it's finished for next Friday? Still grabbing stuff. A lot in stream chat today, or stream art channel. Okay, well, that should be everything pulled up art-wise, so I will go ahead and start reading some of what you guys are saying. I don't know if if Chiyoko chimed in, but anyway, scrolling up. Okay, let's see. Gona, the twist is not that Takano is the mastermind, but how unhinged she actually is. That, and also, well, okay, I wouldn't exactly call this a twist, but also, like, oh yeah, everything's politics. Everything is shitty old men with politics sitting in some fucking boardroom, wringing their hands and being like, oh, it's so bad that we have to do this, but, you know, for national security and shit, fuck those guys. Man. But yeah, Pining Tree, it's interesting because she's obvious, but we don't know the why and still don't quite. No, yeah, exactly. I would say definitely, like, you've only caught a mere glimpse at the moment of Takano's actual motives for doing what she is doing. Not that any motive is sufficient, obviously. Literally no motive ever would be would make her actions appropriate. She is just fucking awful, objectively. But yeah, you don't know yet. Yoshi Beans. This chapter has finally made me theorize about Satoshi's fate. I believe that Satoshi was also part of the program Satsuko was a part of and receiving treatment for the Hinamizawa syndrome. Where is your next post? I believe that he went to the L5 stage, evidenced by him claiming to be followed and eventually killing his aunt. It is possible the program realized he was in the L5 stage and dealt with him. This presents two possibilities. Either he died and they covered it up, or two, he's still alive, being held somewhere for study. And considering they have said that people with the disease should be kept in Hinamizawa, he could possibly still be somewhere in Hinamizawa. We don't know all the details of Hinamizawa syndrome, so IDK just something I thought up. Yeah, interesting theory. I'm glad that somebody was paying attention to the different rule sets and stuff presented there. No comment on whether or not you were on the right track, obviously, but glad to see that somebody is looking out for Satoshi, my man. Okay, let's see. Dr. Henwig, I feel like there was some spite towards his contemporary readers mixed into Umineko's themes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not to get into that anymore, obviously, can't, but, yes. And I completely understood where he was coming from. Truly, some media audiences are just so fucking dumb and obtuse about specific points that you just want to grab them by the shoulders and shake them. And be like, why are you like this? And usually, writers have enough decorum, I suppose, to be like, I can't shit on people for that, or else they won't want to read my stuff anymore. But sometimes, the brave souls, those brave few, wade into those trenches to tell the truth. That some people are just not capable of reading. Anyway. Bagel. More of a rant than a theory, but God, the conversation between the PM and Sec pisses me off. In 36 hours, the whole town will go crazy and start an uprising, so we have to kill them. We've seen timelines where Rika dies and the town doesn't start an uprising, Watanagashi and Miyakashi, so it really goes to show how a few political bigwigs are screwing over this town again because of something they don't even have scientific proof is going to happen. Maybe the townsfolk are going to cause an uprising because they're pissed that you're basically bulldozing their village again. The uncertainty with Rika going missing in those chapters threw off the plans for the gas attack, since clearly, despite Rika being dead, the villagers didn't start killing people indiscriminately. Okay, I'm glad that... Oh, wait, I skipped over your other message real quick. Speaking of Watanagashi, I worry for the Keiichi of that timeline, given how he started hallucinating, displaying symptoms of the syndrome before the chapter ended, although I do wonder if the uncertainty with Rika going missing in those chapters threw off the plans for the gas attack, since clearly, despite Rika being dead, the villagers didn't start killing people indiscriminately. Okay, there we go. I'm glad that you brought that up, because that was one of the things that I was going to bring up. Because, yes, one thing that is very important to keep in mind about all of this, that you can obviously, tell from just that alone, is that, yes, we have verifiable proof that Rika dying does not send everybody into a huge crazy spiral. That's not true. It is theorized. It has not been proven. It is used as the basis for wiping out the entire village and covering it up anyway. So, just to add insult to injury, yep, even the pretense for killing those people is, literally incorrect. It's not even true. But you have to wonder, what's going on there? I guess we'll find out more about that later. For now, all we have to conclude is, as usual, government's full of shit. Gona. By the way, Takano 100% showed Rena her scrapbook to trigger Rena's symptoms. Girl saw an opportunity to make things worse and she went for it. Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it. Grifter's Bones. I was right about Takano culprit and Tomitake being ill, and about who had the syndrome, and I'm smiling so wide right now. I am Brain Man, 10,000 correct ideas. No, you've been on a lot of good trails over the course, and that's why I've always looked forward to seeing, what you had to say about certain things, because I would just see some of the things that you were saying and, smile to myself over here, being like, oh, okay. So, somebody understands what's going on. So, yeah, good job. You've definitely been hitting on a lot of things. You scroll up. Seditious. I've got two theories, and both kinda have a similar theme in that there may be no single concrete answer, just like Satoshi's disappearance or murder not getting a solid answer from the only one who could. Theory 1. Satoko clearly did something in her past she shouldn't remember. We don't have a suspected culprit for her parents' death. The two options are the missing mother, who then was caught by Takano and disposed of, or Satoko having set up something that caused their deaths. With them being on vacation at the time, thus distant from Rika, this would be a fitting time for the disease to take effect. Satsuko being a terminal patient makes me believe that she became terminal when she pushed them off the railing, but her mother's disappearance implies the opposite. Theory 2. When Keiichi is being held down by Rena and Mion, it was just a marker, but at the same time now we have seen that just being a syringe means nothing. Satsuko was regularly getting treatment from Irie in her for her terminal case, and if it being terminal just means they've entered murder mode, then since we don't know where they got a syringe, then Irie could have easily given Mion and Rena a syringe as part of his treatment so that he'd be more under control by the time Irie and the dogs arrived to handle it. Since he'd have seen what happened with Satsuko and he would know he was friends with Satsuko, Irie would have had a motive to try and use Keiichi as a second test subject, but the dogs easily could have just arrived to demon away Keiichi like he thought they would. There's no real point to either of these, just that without seeing them once more with no distractions, we'd never actually know for sure. Unlike... It scrolled me down automatically. Unlike Furudad, where we know the whole truth, of course. Also, yeah. Also just want to say, I called Takano wanting to kill Rika to take Oyashiro's curse for herself. I just thought the time loop was the curse she wanted, and she says eternal life, so I have never been wrong before if you include all the times I was. Well, I mean, it's still speculation. Good things to point out all around, though, definitely. Again, no comment, but yeah, good notes. Oh, and just seeing around here, my understanding is that she wants it shown because it's appropriate right now. Okay. Then unless I hear something otherwise in this intervening time, then I will plan to. Scrolling back up so that I don't miss anything. Let's see. Atropos. I am not a huge fan of this arc, but I know it's very popular. I don't find the resolution to the child services conflict is particularly satisfying, but it's because I have personal trauma related to child services, so it just reminds me of how hard it is to actually get help from child services. I think that's fair, honestly. I mean, like, you know, Ryukishi, can try his best from his perspective to depict those things, but also at the same time, it is a little difficult to, I think, write stuff like that in a way that is going to hit on every point for someone, especially, like, the people who have had more, like, sensitive, actual, like, interactions with situations like that. Also, at the same time, is trying to, like, wedge that conflict into his ongoing themes as well. So yeah, I can understand. Like, personally, while I do find it very, like, emotionally compelling, I understand why it would not be satisfying to everyone. She tricked us with her Catgirl performance. She did. Can you just, everybody in chat, just please think for a moment about how fucking funny it was to see everybody, like, freaking out over Catgirl Takano in that scene and, like, her mewing and shit, knowing what was gonna happen at the end of this arc. Can you imagine the position that I was in? Cursed with knowledge. Oh god, she really did create a curse. Oh man, pack it up, everybody. Well. Anywho, let's see. Evie Curry, did her, like, grandfather make her think she was supposed to be a god or something? Because he sucks too. We don't know. We may find out, but we don't know. Grifter's Bones. Not a theory, but some analysis, I suppose. Takano is so funny to me, like in a schadenfreude way. She is such a hypocrite and can't see how her logic makes no sense. Like punishing the village for the death of Rika, like she isn't the one who did that, LMAO. Now she's revealed her true colors, I can confidently say that she's good at schemes, but she's not that smart. Well, I will continue reading this. To be fair, well, not fair. I mean, I'm not being fair to Takano, but I don't think that's necessarily what she was saying in that context. I don't think she sincerely believes, like, oh, I'm punishing you for killing this person that I killed. I think she's just saying that will be the explanation. Like, chalk it up to that. Like, when this goes on the record, people will say that the curse is that the villagers got killed because Rika got killed. That will be, like, how it is interpreted by everybody else who doesn't know the truth. Like, I'm sitting in my little chair and spinning around and giggling because I'm the one who killed her, but everybody else will think that it's this. Everybody else will continue perpetuating this myth of a curse, and I'm the one who did it. It's me, I'm very special because I did that. That kind of thing, essentially. But, anyway. She is fundamentally uncurious about actual history and cannot see outside of her own head. True. I can't even blame it on her being unempathetic, because that's not an empathy problem. I have empathy problems, and it doesn't take that much brain power to just fucking rationalize that shit. Putting yourself in other shoes isn't an empathy issue, it's just her being lazy about it. Just to serve her own emotional, goals. It is a lack of imagination and moral character. It is despicable to me, not only because of empathy, but because I know that it's not that fucking hard, man. This idiot can't even find logical conclusions. It scrolled me down. of her own delusions. I do that shit for fun. This has turned into me dunking on her because it's funny. I love that she makes me this angry, but I can still sit back and laugh at her and her pitiful behavior. I will make fun of her till I die. Fool of a woman, had a beautiful butch, and killed him. I would not fumble it like that. I didn't even kill anyone. Didn't even kill anyone with her bare hands. Miracles, like, do your research, girl. She is blonde. Thumbs down. Very fair. Fumbled. Fumbled so severely. Actually, I think one of yours got missing in there somewhere. I think something got undone somewhere. Not sure where. Well. Remember you promised to show the anime version of the Takano spin in the recap for next stream? Don't worry. I've got you. I've already got you. Jetty Real, I love how this story has so much to say about so many things without feeling cluttered. Also, I am finally spoiler-free, save for a few scant ending. Wait, I might have missed a previous post of yours because that says 2. Yes, okay. Scattered thoughts. Hanyu being a stand-in for the player is interesting, and then we suspect she won't escape fate because there is still one more arc left. And then, I love how the story has so much to say about things without feeling cluttered. Also, I'm finally spoiler-free, save for a few scant ending details. Yay! Yay! Yeah, I know that there was some discussion earlier about, like, I don't know if contemporary readers would have known if there was going to be another arc, but also at the same time, I think, actually, that, in the... Was it the previous staff room? Didn't Ryukishi already say something about Matsuri Bayashi existing? Or no, it wasn't in the previous staff room. It was in that post that he made where he was sad that people hated Sumi Horoboshi, where he said that people are probably going to hate Minagoroshi at this rate, and people will hate the final chapter, Matsuri Bayashi, even more. I don't know that everybody would have read that, but at the time, some people who were at least keeping up with him would have been able to tell that there were more than 7 arcs planned. But, you know, I don't know how many people would have. It is still an interesting thing, though. I do find, like, the utilization of Hanyu in that context interesting. In how it works with the themes. Like, you know, it is essentially trying to bridge the connection between the story's understanding of the idea of, like, reaching out to your friends and talking to people and communicating your difficulties with the player by directly imploring them to believe in the characters like they would believe in other people. It is telling you, in order for the characters to reach their happy ending, you also must believe. And in that way, kind of, like, trying to communicate its point with you of, like, okay, well, if you can do that, if you can believe in these characters and their efforts, then can you believe in the people in your life? Can you believe in yourself? Can you believe that this world would be a better place with you in it? I think that's very sweet. And finally, considering where chat went at the end of last stream, I can't help but notice that to change fate, they literally need 7 lights. I'm pilled too hard.
The souls? What are they doing?
You're supposed to obey me! This Kenta-kun versus the 7 Higurashi souls. No! Man. Seditious. Can't wait for next arc where Rika just shoots Takano at the Watanagashi and Tomitake ceases to be, and the curse continues as usual. What, like he fades from existence? He sees Takano get shot and he's like, oh! And then he just like fades into ash in the air. He mists away. I mean, you know. I suppose. If he doesn't know what she's up to, then, you know, it would feel like a loss, I suppose, in some ways. Look, being hot can only take you so far. But if you're evil and hot, and the evil part is secret, you can get a little bit farther. I won't say that far, but Farther. Gona. This explains so many things. The mountain dogs straight up just tried to kidnap Keiichi and Rena in chapter 1 and 6. Yep. Irie was trying to help Keiichi with his illness. Yep. And Rika's death triggered the terminal syndromes in Satoko, causing her to turn on Keiichi and push him off the bridge. We'll revisit that one. But I mean, it is still obvious that she was suffering from terminal symptoms by that point anyway, yes. Yeah, no, in particular, I do think it is actually really interesting that it reframes that whole bit into Higurashi, where Irie starts talking to those guys behind Keiichi's back once he comes in and admits that he murdered Tepe, and being like, we need to, make sure that it doesn't get out, and blah, blah, blah. And in the moment, it looks like an incredible betrayal. It looks like, oh shit, oh my god, he's trying to get, Keiichi locked up and blah, 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 and all this. Really, Irie already knew that Keiichi was having terminal symptoms, and it was literally just trying to make the environment safe for Keiichi himself and everybody else in it, so that he could do something to alleviate his symptoms as quickly as possible. So Irie actually was kind of doing the right thing in that scene. We just didn't know it at the time. Rahela, with that thought about Satoshi having L5, it's amazing that you managed to forgive and trust Shion after the shit that she said. Yeah, it sure is. Boy struggled with that one, I'm sure. It just kind of shows how fucking much of a trooper Satoshi was for holding that shit down for as long as he did. One more thing, I am so fucking not okay. Yep. Yes. Agreed. Hey, Bowser, I find it really impressive that every arc so far has had a completely different feel. Can't wait for the next arc to be a full-on action movie. I mean, hey, we'll see. But yeah, I agree with you. Gona. Also, I know the mountain dogs talk shit about Takano behind her back. Like, dude, did you see the way she laughs maniacally? No, they're probably just, standing there like, okay, are you fucking done now? She's like, praise me, I've become God. And they're like, oh my god, she's fucking doing this shit again. All right. Everybody, take bets on how long the laugh's gonna last this time. They, time it with their little pocket watches, and they click it whenever they think she's about to stop. And, whoever clicks it closest to when she actually stops laughing wins. And then, she starts to get, why do you guys always look at your watches when I start laughing? And they're like, oh, no reason. In that case, how'd they come up with the Queen Carrier theory in the first place? Did they just want to kill Rika so badly that they made up a fake reason? We shall see. Also, they could just be wrong. Sometimes, Science Man says thing that he thinks is true, and other people are like, yep, that makes sense. And then nobody double checks. And that's not actually how science works, for the most part. But I am greatly oversimplifying the scientific process for comedy. But I think it's funny. Gonna, man, I can't believe I defended Takano against the Tomitake murders accusations that one time. In my defense, at the time, I wasn't aware she had a whole military squad under her command. Yeah, not a lot of people were. So, fair enough. It scrolled me down again. I am sorry. Can't believe woman won even in the meta of this stream. Jetty Real, also her major outfit. Yes. I do regret to admit that she kinda is. She's pretty hot in it. I can't lie. No, I won't fib. I will not defame the truth on this live stream. But Takano fumbled Tomitake in literally every single universe. True. Theory, I gotta sleep soon. Me too. Repost from Grifters. Weak behavior, I could beat the shit out of her. Think she can transcend the flesh, LMAO. She forgot the gods do that also. She forgot that gods also do. And then leading into, yeah. Miracles. Yeah. Seditious. Akasaka is actually a camera used by Takano to spy on Rika for information, and that's why he came back. Don't know how he actually helped her plan, but I am not the one making human camera robots. Man, first Tomitake bot and now Akasaka bot. Shame. Keiichi standing in front of Akasaka robot with his baseball bat, like, Rika-chan, I think we have to kill this guy. Damn. Something I'm curious about, what happens if you make the other choices for the couple times choices were made? I actually don't remember. I don't remember. You probably have to look that up yourself. Speaking of the game, has it seriously been nearly a decade since it came out? Wow. It sure has. I assume that you're talking about Undertale when I was talking about Undertale. Yeah. Hey, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. Lentil, my theory, Irie didn't die by eating those sleeping pills. His heart just did that as divine punishment for his existence. Well, I mean, you know, I've heard of stranger things. Seditious. Wait, they're called mountain dogs. Rika is cat-themed, including toxoplasmosis, or whatever it is. Dogs chase cats. How did Rika not see it coming? Damn. You make a good point. Grifters. Okay, I have a little idea, like a real one. I suspect that there is something more to the religious elements of Takano's character. I don't think it's random, but it's hard to say what's going on. Hard to say. Tomitake descends from the heavens and kills you if you choose the wrong option in real life, not the VN. Yeah, nobody has ever actually seen a clip of what happens on those alternate choices because everyone who chose them got killed in real life by Tomitake. A-okay. The mountain dogs are named after birds as a metaphor for the fact that they're government drones. Ryukishi07 is truly a master of subtle storytelling. Like, I'm thinking that can't be a coincidence that she acts this way, like with Rika being the center of Hinamizawa and their religion. There has to be something there. Perhaps. Actually, this isn't like a spoiler really, because it literally doesn't tell you anything, and I don't even think it like gets at anything that you don't know already. I just think it goes hard. But there is an opening that will be shown at the beginning of next arc. A cool opening song that I like a lot. And in that opening song that I like a lot, there is text near the end of it that is untranslated Japanese. And I'm not going to say what the whole thing is, but a couple of lines in it that I really, really like on that note, Grifters, that I think like ties into the story very interestingly, is the two beginning lines of it are... for those who wanted to become God, for those who were made God, the fate of those two thoughts intersect. Like, something like that. It's kind of fucking goes hard. Okay, I think we're pretty much all read out on discussion / theory crafting. So let's go ahead and move on over to art. Bruh, my theory. Did I miss a theory? Sorry. Let me scroll up. I apologize. The chat got pretty full. Oh. Was it the Rule 34 comment? Sorry. I see. Well, there you go. Anyway. Okay. Anywho, starting off with this from Kippy's Cafe on Blue Sky, Fireworks. Listen, I never post this late nor on Blue Sky, but I simply have to for the final episode of Chapter 7. I'm truly happy I get to spend this journey with this cast to the point that I crunched this print out in like 3 hours for Anime North. Holy shit, 3 fucking hours. Jesus. Also, that's a really good print. I would, man, if you sell your shit online, let me know. Raises my glasses in the anime way. Because this is really, really good. I like the warm hues of this a lot. It's very cozy. Also, I love your art style a lot, too. It's just very cute. Yeah. Very, very good work. Moving on over to Tumblr. We have this from Dingo's Trash. Think it's time for episode 7's finale? If not, oops. No, yeah, you're right. Please take this humble offering of angst. It feels nearly hopeless, but we must persist. Health update. They keep doing tests on me like some kind of animal. Hopefully they'll find something soon. I hope so too. I hope you're doing alright. Hopefully they're not testing you like they're testing Rika and Satsuko. No, but seriously though, hope you're doing alright, hanging in there. Very good art, as always. Really like the Takano eyes in the background as well. This is very, very cool. I really like the framing here. The pose is very, hurts my heart, but yeah, man. That whole little last exchange between Rika and Hanyu is very heartbreaking, honestly. But yeah, really, really good work. Moving on over to Discord. From Atropos, here's my very high effort OC, Shion Sonozaki, everyone's favorite Sonozaki secret twin, original character Do Not Steal. I am so glad that somebody actually got on this joke. Jeez. It definitely does remind me of a lot of the like DeviantArt recolors that I made back in the day when I was a small child. Very good. We have this from Gloomy Squids. Me with my inconsistent ass art style coming in hot with another drawing of Hanyu. Sorry I couldn't make it for stream, y'all. I decided to essentially do a sprite redraw in a way of my favorite Hanyu sprite. Aww, she's so cute. And also, boom kapow, have some more. Also very cute. Her little face. Your Hanyus are always very cute, Gloomy. Quite like these. Thank you for submitting them, even if you weren't here the whole time. I'm glad that you got to contribute to the art anyway. Next we have a big thing from Pining Tree. When the Higurashi stream started, I made a joke about Amino making the club play the Slay the Spire board game, and thought I should bring it full circle with the beginning of the end. Warning, there will be Slay the Spire references. I don't know anything about Slay the Spire, so let's go. Alright, club, get ready to be fighting till sunrise. This old man splurged hard this time. This is a big box. Each of you will choose a character. Rika and Satsuko will team to play. Wait, how will we have a punishment if it's co-op? Well, it's game over if anyone dies, so they'll be punished. But if you manage to beat this old man's game, then I'll be on the chopping block. I'll be on the chopping block.
Geez, sis, giving yourself the safest position? How obvious.
Sion, I had to individually sleeve hundreds of cards. The carpal tunnel is punishment in itself. Well then, I'll be ironclad. This looks tough. Called it.
I've always enjoyed the silence, so of course I'll play her...
Heron? Yeah. By the way, they're nerfing Blade Dance in the sequel. Wait, what?
How the defect is so cute. I want to take him home. Well, then get ready to be carried by Team Watcher.
Ipa, this character seems broken. As long as I can stop Satsuko from playing stupid.
Okay, let's start. Wait, why am I drawn as it? Oh, wait, who is this? Impo. Cute! And then, oh yeah. Also, you had this further down. Drawn as Niao. Okay, I see. Oh, okay, it's Mion. I see. And then if only Rika or only Rena got into the cute and relatively harmless aliens. Sorry, I scrolled through the pictures a little too fast there. Very cute. And then R.I.P. to the pizza guy.
Yeah, welcome to the conspiracy.
Drat. Meep. I was hoping somebody would do Pizza Man. That was a good bit. That was a good bit, Past Mercy. Thank you, Current Mercy. That was me high-fiving myself. Anyway. Moving on to this from Rahela. 2 more installments of the Troubled Higurashi series, the first of which features poor Tomitake. The good times, unfortunately, could not last, but learning the full truth of how he dies actually made him one of my favorites. The fact that in an entire 100 years worth of loops, there's not one single timeline where Takano successfully manages to persuade, seduce, or coerce him into joining her under pain of death, honestly, pretty commendable. R.I.P. to a real one. Finally, he gathered himself together and spoke. What the hell? Honestly, yeah, you make a good point about that. Did not fold. Held up. Tomitake win. Speaking of Takano, second, fittingly enough, is actually the reason I wanted to start this little series in the first place. The worst woman of all time, Mio Takano herself. By the time you get towards the end of Chapter 7, it might be easy to forget how she went on and on about disemboweling people, Rika being found dead the exact same way in Chapter 3, and then the tip from Takano's journal right after, where she excitedly speculates about what would happen to the rest of Hinamizawa if Rika were killed. The Takano reveal is, in my opinion, one of the best foreshadowed twists in all of When They Cry.
I disembowel. It's what I do.
A very good expression on this one. I quite like the cartoony grin. Very, very good. Quite like this a lot. Excellent work, as always. This from Chiyoko. Sadly, won't be able to finish my sketch this time, but I'll share what I have so far and finish it for next week. For next Friday. My hand needs rest. Yes, please rest it. Higurashi hen spoilers, also for people watching the stream at the moment. Man. It gets to me. It gets to me. This is really good, though. Like, even as just a sketch, it's really good. Or just lines, rather, I suppose. But, yeah. I quite like this a lot. Very, very good work, Chiyoko, as always. Very much looking forward to seeing the colored version later as well. And also from Rahela, Higa Chapter 7, let's start over once again. We can surely wish for a happy ending this time, and at least right until the very end, we can stay like this, tenderly smiling at each other. Dear you, Hope. After getting so close, Rika has fallen back to the bottom of the well. Blood-red chrysanthemum petals have scattered across the well's floor, and in one hand, Rika holds the now broken fragment of the once perfect world. But she also managed to clutch onto one white chrysanthemum. While it may be a flower for mourning and funerals, it is also a symbol for truth. But she's not alone at the bottom of the well. Her friends are there with her, and Keiichi holds out his hand to help her get back up. They know what to do. 7 friends standing on each other's shoulders will surely be enough to reach the surface, and the light of hope isn't as distant as it seems. As ever, the pose I used for reference is from True Ref on Blue Sky. Very, very good. I really like the composition of this piece in particular, the way that everything is scattered out, the posing, the white under her hand, and then reaching out as well. Yeah, this is really, this is really well done. I quite like this a lot. Also the little rainbow shimmer on the broken fragment is really good too. Excellent work as always. Always getting bangers in here. Next, we have this little doodle from Pining Tree. You must watch Hanyu, and you must believe in a miracle. Wah. Oh, man. Very, very good. From Dav at Space Caribou. The one who didn't believe. Ugh. Ugh. Man. Ow. My heart. Very good expression work here, though. Really, really think the pain here is conveyed very well. Excellent work. Also really like the colors that you chose for the background, too. And then finally, we have these screenshots submitted by Evie. I will pull them all up because they weren't pulled up ahead of time. But, whoops. But, Whistles, IDK, if I can put this here. I don't have a non-decorative outfit with the red hakama, so Hanyu is wearing a black here, but here's the silly little guy. Yeah, this is very cute. Always love seeing Animal Crossing shenanigans, and honestly, the Animal Crossing style fits Hanyu very well. Honestly, it's very, very cute. Waiting for those sweets. Waiting for the day. Well, that's a really good array of art sent in by everybody. Well, folks, I believe that is gonna do it for tonight. Thank you so much, as always, for watching. Had a great time. Like I said, because of the way my schedule is shaking out, there will be no breaks next week. We are not having a break week on next Friday. Matsuri Bayashi will be starting right away. So we are barreling straight on through into the finale. We're going to see how this ship resolves now that we know who the culprit is, it's just a matter of stopping him, right? So, you believe too, because it's gonna require all of us. But, until then, I will see you all later. Thank you so much for watching again, and take care. Bye, everybody!
This is the story of a dreamer, a soldier, with the weight of the world upon his shoulders, who's got a little room to grow. Better days are near. Hope is so much stronger than fear.